If I can ask you to take your seats, please.
No, it's tough. This is really tough. Working, but.
Thank you. Welcome back to the second day of our meeting of the Workforce Development Council in Rock Springs. We'll start with a roll call. Jennifer?
Governor Mark Gordon or designee.
Good morning. This is Ivy McGowan Castleberry, Governor Gordon's designee.
Senator Fred Baldwin. Representative Ryan Berger. Jim Engel,
Present.
Ron Wild,
Present.
Tony Cross,
Here.
Dick Smith, Vice Chair Eric Trowbridge,
Present.
Larry Fordor,
Here.
Michael Kircher,
Present.
Katie Legursky, Chair Fabian Librera,
Present.
Tina Conley,
Present.
Mark Madsen,
Here.
Nathan Williams,
Present.
Philip Cornella,
Here.
Brenda Morgan,
Present.
Michelle Butler, Danny Bureau,
Present.
Stacy Strasser,
I'm here.
Charlie Wilson,
Here.
Tammy Johnson,
Here.
Director Robin Cooley,
Here.
Robert Short,
In the house.
Nikki Harper,
Present.
Matt Hall,
Here and ready to kick ass.
Superintendent Dagenfelder or designee,
Wow.
This is Dr. Michelle Aldrich for Superintendent Dagenfelder.
Josh Durrell or designee,
Ron here.
Corinne Schmidt or designee,
Hi, Christy Gordy's here for Corin.
Dr. Sandra Caldwell,
Present.
Katie Hogarty,
Here.
Travis Lawrence. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Again, welcome back and thank you very much. We've got a pretty good and full agenda again today, a number of items that need to be voted on, as well as some interesting conversations about the Wyoming Resilience Project, the Tomorrow Scholarship. So all very good stuff. I was asked to put one note out there. There's a cooler full of drinks back there and Jennifer does not want to carry those back to Cheyenne. So please make sure you grab one of those this morning or this afternoon. We'll go ahead and dive right into the Wyoming Resilience Project. So Jean Garrison. Is she online?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear?
Thank you. There you are.
All right. Are we going to try to see if I can share my screen for you to see, or are we going to do it from your end?
We're discussing.
You can share it if you would like.
Okay, I will. Well, maybe before I do, just want to say thank you. And it's great to be here. I have a presentation on the Wyoming Resilience Project. And then I hope that I'm really hoping that there's interest and maybe we'll be able to expand and do some of these things together. So that's my intent. So would you like me to do more of an introduction or just go ahead and jump in? See if this works. All right, I'm going to do a share screen here. Let's see if this works. Let me get. Is that showing up? For those of you in the room there?
I can see it online.
Yeah, we can see it online.
It's good. Just go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, I want to thank everybody for you know, Kari and others that have helped me connect with workforce services. I am Jean Garrison, and I'm here at the University at Wyoming, and originally from Dayton. So I have a real interest in thinking about how we promote and do things that advance, you know, our youth, but just people in Wyoming in general. So that's a little bit of my background. I am in the School of Politics, Public Affairs, and International Studies, and that is the school that houses political science, international studies, the political and human geography thing, the Masters in Public Administration program. And so a lot of us have a real interest in, you know, applied research and kind of the public policy sphere and things that are, you know, have real world significance. So that's part of the motivation for my colleague, Jason McConnell, and I to do this particular project. We are, the Wyoming Resilience Project is part of the Malcolm Walsh Civic Engagement Program, which is housed in the school. And what we do is everything like, for example, Michelle Aldrich would know a little bit about what we do. And we do a civic, we work with teachers to provide free multimedia resources in social studies, which includes things like economics and geography and history, as well as, you know, kind of democracy and stuff like that. We also do summer workshops with teachers, and we have one coming up, for example, with English language arts teachers and social studies teachers in June. That will be our third. So we've built this connection with teachers across the state, largely in social studies, but they have a real interest in how do we help our students. And so this has been part of the broader motivation for this outreach project on community resilience. And we've been working on this well over a year. And so what I'm providing with you is some early results and also what the next phase is, which is where I think there might be some interest across some of you. And we will be partnering with K-12 teachers as well. So let me give you an overview of what we've done so far and what we hope to do, and which I think is where the conversation might be. So we knew Jason McConnell and I, you know, do a lot of work around the state, and it would be, you know, nothing new to all of you in the room there that there are differing perceptions of, you know, barriers and opportunities to educational achievement, employment, community resilience. We also know that there's ineffective resource allocation. So we were very much aware, of course, of goals of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, Wyoming Business Council, and just all the things that we're trying to do in the context of working together across the board, you know, P16 in the context of education, but of course, across, you know, many other across state agencies and citizens, et cetera. So we lined up the questions we were going to be asking and asking people to fill out a survey. And those were the three areas, those barriers and opportunities to education, employment, and community resilience. Our project objectives were to gather community level perspectives, you know, focus on those issues of common concern, capture perspectives in participants' own words and through what they see, and to empower underserved voices. And that's very broad. We were looking for people who don't normally participate in surveys and maybe, you know, give voice and to get people's perceptions to line up, see how what we gathered would line up with other data gathering activities here at the university or at the state level. We employed a methodology called Photo Voice, which is a research methodology that captures perspectives through photography. So we asked people to submit questions on those, or excuse me, pictures on those questions of barriers and opportunities to education, employment, and resilience, and then to say what a particular photo meant to them. We have since then facilitated, and we have this map. We partnered with YJS and have this mapped, and that's I'm going to show you some images from that. And then the second phase was to employ some community forums to further understand what we found through dialogue, to see how it was representative or not of different communities. But we're now working on leveraging YJS here at the university and GIS technology to enable stakeholders to be involved in the next phase. So we have an opportunity once this our phone app gets developed to deploy this much more broadly than we have already. I'll be giving you a little bit more information on that. But our purpose was to, enrich policy-making decisions, add rich context to economic and behavioral data, support Wyoming, WIP goals, but also inform economic development priorities. We also are doing some research on our own, so we're writing this up in the context of, academic context as well. So our areas of focus again, just to have this in your mind as I show you some examples, educational achievement. We were asking people to describe a person's journey as a student that begins pre-kindergarten but stretches all the way through high school and beyond. Employment, those chances we have to gain paid work. And then resilience. Of course, this is very, based on people's perceptions, isn't it? That quality that allows our communities to survive hard times, but also to thrive. We really anticipated that, that we were hoping that we'd see, if challenge was discussed in one corner of the state, that maybe there's an opportunity to find solutions that are coming out from something going up in the northeast corner. So we were trying to bridge these silos that we have across our communities in many instances. What did we ask participants to do? We asked them to share pictures with us, again, on those 3 themes, and to describe those pictures as either barriers or opportunities. Here's a nice photo, of course, of Shirley Basin. We all know that roads and weather can be a pretty obvious barrier sometimes to economic development opportunities. And then so phase 1, I've alluded to this already, but phase 1, we gathered 900 image submissions from Wyoming and surrounding states. And then we've partnered with YGIS at UW to create this interactive map that I'm going to show you some interactions with. And I say, so phase 1 gives you an idea of what this is, kind of what this project looks like and what the potential is, but it is by no means complete. And so we're really looking to, of course, fill this out in the next steps. So this creation of a new phone app, which should be done by July of 2023. So, really pretty soon, we're hoping to do some, really deploy and partner with chambers and, those who are interested, who might be interested in saying, boy, this would be a neat thing to do in our county or in our city or town. So we're looking to, and this is why I'm here to you, is to give you a taste of this and then see, do you want to partner with us to maybe expand this out to your particular locale? But we're also going to be doing this specifically with some K-12 teachers as well, because I think a particular interest, this might be a way to really get that youth voice into this project that I'm not sure we necessarily capture in other ways. Okay, so here's some examples. So you can imagine we have some examples across those 3 areas: education, employment, and community resilience. So what did we get? What kind of submissions did we get? You'll notice in this picture, this is a picture from Powell High School's all-girls robotics team. So we had to blur, faces. So we did do that. This next phase, I think we're going to be able to use automatic, AI to do that on our behalf. By the way, Jennifer has this presentation, and I'm happy to, send this to anybody if they shoot me an email afterward. Pretty easy for me to send this to you. Anyway, this is a picture, and this is what this individual, this participant said about what this robotics team meant to them for, educational opportunity. Let me show you one from employment example. So then we had another person who submitted a picture from, this is a picture of downtown Du Bois, talking about how, our local businesses are the backbone of, backbone to a community, but sometimes there are barriers. And by the way, sometimes people would talk about a picture as both a barrier and an opportunity. So what does this get you? This gets you more context to some things we, in many cases, things we already know, but we're getting some, specific visuals and some context for people, richer context potentially. Here's a community resilience example. If you, not too far, of course, another 100 miles or so from where you guys are right now. This is a picture of the rail yard there in Evanston. This individual was talking about the boom and bust cycle, and the importance of how this complex has been revitalized, right, with the new use. So we got boom and bust. If I gave you an overview of kind of what we got. And you're going to be able to click, you can click this map yourselves. You know, we ended up getting, you know, people talking about the importance of the outdoors for community resilience. And so a lot of people were commenting in the context of COVID-19. So you got some discussions of the challenges of housing, for example. So I don't think the themes are that surprising, but you do get some themes that begin to coalesce, you know, across different parts of the state. So the next thing I'm going to show you is, let me show you what it looks like when you map things like this. So working again with WIGIST here at the university, this is what you can go to. You can go to this bit.ly and click through this map itself. So what pops up is, you'll see here is, you can see that 183, the little dot will show you, oh, there's 183 images. So over on the left, you can select a category, which is based on opportunity and barrier to education, employment, workforce. And then you can select a view. So this is the all state view. And you can see, you could click on that 183 and you could go through all of the images. They would pop up, and this is what it would look like. Okay, so this is just an example of looking at the multi-state view. And if you're clicking through the images, what would pop up is this particular response in Wyoming. Again, you can click it by county or et cetera. And then the picture pops up, and then the explanation of that picture, it comes with it. So we have the multi-state view.
Happy birthday.
We also made sure that we could map to a county view, again, anticipating the next phase where we can really round this out, because we thought people might want to be able to say what's going on in our particular county. This just happens to show, again, we selected the category of barrier and opportunity employment, and then the county view. And then we also asked for them to map it based on economic region view, based on Wyoming Business Council regions. And then we also did the same for the community college district view as well. So we're anticipating the audiences that this might be of interest to, and so we wanted to make sure that we could break it down in that way. So remember, so it's county, it's by state, county, or the economic view, or the community college district view. So what are we doing next? So this is a new partnership opportunity, and this is the pitch I want to put to you, and maybe we have a brief conversation about. We're really seeking conversations with officials from cities, counties, agencies, chambers, economic development organizations, schools, to expand this project to develop and map community profiles. So what do we have so far? You have a taste. You can see what this particular Photo Voice project can do. And we have a commitment, by the way, of course, to that anything we gather, in a sense, you think of it, it will come in off of a photo app. You know, people will be able to submit directly from their phones. So one of the lessons over this last year has been, how do we work with WIGIST to get the technology right so it's easy for people to participate? So what we're doing now with WIGIST is literally, you're going to be able to install an app. It's not done yet, but install an app on your phone, walk around your town. If you want, you could have a group, you know, I could see a civic organization maybe taking this on and take photos. It would immediately, you could immediately upload it to this. We would see it. And of course, we have to make sure that appropriate photos are supplied. So we do look at them. We'll have the automatic photo face blurring. We ask people not to take pictures of people's face, but we do guarantee anonymity, of course. And in the context of working with schools, we're working through UW's Institutional Review Board to have a series of consent forms, working with teachers in order to be able to do that. So that's an extra hurdle, as you know, to work with anybody under 18. But we think that might be one of our most fruitful directions. So if you use this QR code, if you take a picture of this, it'll go directly to the Wallop Civic Engagement landing page, which has a link to the resilience map. And you'll see both the kind of the explanation and the rationale for this project, but also, again, you can get to the map application itself. I know many of you have heard about this already, and I just want to say that projects like this wouldn't happen without a lot of help. So I have to thank my school. I have to thank Wyoming Data Hub, which provided a grant to get this launched, the map launched, and the College of Arts and Sciences, our supporters in the civic engagement program. And relevant to this discussion today, partners like you that helped spread the word about this, and maybe will want to be partners with us as we move forward into this next phase. I'm going to stop the screen share and just be ready to see if there are any questions. And let me just say, one of the lessons of this was that, boy, is it hard to get people to participate in research. You know, this is a qualitative research study. You're asking people to, you know, take a little bit of time and submit a picture and a narrative. And so we, you know, the massive 6-month kind of social media blitz out around the state, you know, it did some things. But what we found was it was when we had a partnership with an organization or even individuals in a particular, you know, part of the state, that's when we got participation. So we were pleased that the first round gave us enough photo submissions to map it and show people the potential of this, but it is by no means comprehensive. And it doesn't need to necessarily be comprehensive statewide, but we'd certainly like it to be more comprehensive. And I think Jason McConnell and I think that by partnering with teachers, you know, strategically at different parts of the state, and that might be the way we get, you know, a much more comprehensive view. But there's an opportunity for one municipality or one county to say, you know, we really like this idea. We want to do it. So we don't have to wait for the bigger piece in order to try to engage, you know, at the municipality or county level. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. I'm going to open it up to anybody who has questions or comments that they'd like to offer.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ron?
if they will send us an article with a couple pictures, we'll put it into the newsletter for Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership and spread this across Southwest Wyoming again.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Garrison, that applies. I mean, if you can get that into Jennifer, once the app is ready to go, and get that shared with these 30 council members who are spread across the state, across different industries, and know a lot of people, perhaps we can help you launch that as well.
Yeah, and let me just say that, you know, once the, you know, because it was so, you know, once you have the app in place and it makes it easy, and once people kind of understand it, you know, we don't have to like traipse all around the state and do the pitches, you know. It really, I think if it's something that I will say though, if to make it successful, it's about whether there's some people on the ground in that community that, you know, this is useful to us too. You know, we're doing economic development planning. This would be a really neat tool. But if we don't have that on the ground, Gene Garrison and Laramie can't make it happen, right? But we can provide it and help, and certainly map it, et cetera. So I appreciate the opportunity to share it out.
Dr. Garrison, this is Fabian, Chair. I had a question. It's a really interesting project. And obviously it plays right into our abilities nowadays. Share and, you know, to kind of very quantitative or qualitative as you data. Is there a component that ties this in from the app to kind of social platforms? It seems like an obvious kind of Instagram share and a way to maybe even more people to the project itself. The photos and stories are pretty compelling. So it seems like I don't know. I'm just asking if there's a way to do that.
Are you asking if there's a way to use Instagram or Facebook or whatever to share it out and get more people to participate? I'm sorry, you were going in and out.
Yeah, no, exactly right. You know, to maybe drive additional interest. I mean, there are a lot of eyes there, obviously, and you know, you've got to drive people to. Is that one way to perhaps drive additional adoption?
I think, you know, I'm not really sure it would be any different than the original. I think I'm going to give you two answers, and it's going to seem contradictory, but the answer is really maybe. I mean, my earlier comment was if you would have to simultaneously be blitzing that way so that people could see it. But I think if you don't have kind of that local interest in it, people don't pick it up, because I think people get asked things constantly. I get asked things constantly and I ignore it. And if I ignore it, then, and my given phase one, kind of our experience was that it didn't get picked up, that there was interest. We got some, oh, that's pretty cool. But the actual action of doing it was a different thing. Now, do we have a better opportunity because people can go to it and see it? Yes, but I still think you have a barrier there, because I think people get asked to do too many things and they wonder what it is. Again, if there's a local partner, or I mean a Rotary, if I'm in Laramie Rotary, if we get Rotary to do it, or again, like a classroom, that's where we think it's going to pop. Or like again, an EDA. It's like, this is something that is useful. And here's the other part, because of the app, it's not going to take months to get this mapped. Once things come in, it's relatively simple. We look at it, and unless we delete it because somebody's used profanity or something, it can be useful immediately. But I think both. You need the blitz. I don't think the blitz alone does it, though, honestly.
Great. Well, I see Ron has his hands up, or hand up. Ron?
Needed both hands.
There you go.
Emoji. Jane, great to hear an update. I haven't kept in touch for a little while now, and to hear the next steps, this is exciting. And I think you've been doing this over a year now, and you've got the photos and the stories that go with the photos. Is there data collection of some sort from the stories with the photos, like the Du Bois example with a barrier to growth and kind of a easier data research opportunity in there, or that makes sense?
Yeah, so the data that we have regarding that phase one gathering, you see it, it's mapped, right? The photo and what the person said is there. What we're trying to write up, and then we started a series of conversations. And those, what that means is we reached out and we hosted about 9 or 10 community conversations about this. And even there, what we found was that was uneven participation. So what we've done is we went to last fall, we went to Sheridan and Cody and Riverton and did a similar kind of a presentation and used that to spark community conversations and kind of that in-depth piece. And you know what we found? That worked because honestly, we have a lot of connections up there. But then when we did our run across Southwest Wyoming earlier in this spring, very low attendance in those meetings. So we were using those conversations to gather kind of in-depth conversation. And honestly, we decided that we wanted to pivot. We wanted to pivot to this model. And then if we could get that involvement, then we can again do some of those conversations. So I think, in all honesty, it's been a learning exercise in terms of how to. So the potential's there, Ron, but it wasn't as fruitful as we hoped, if that makes sense. And we've gathered some things, and Jason and I just haven't had time to kind of sit down and go through it. But luckily, it's summer and now we can. So another possibility, reinvigorate those conversations again with partners, because if you don't have kind of that local interest, I don't think it's nearly as effective as we'd hoped, in all honesty.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Representative Ryan Berger has a question.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Just a couple questions. Would you be willing, I'm a part of a couple groups. One, I'm a teacher and I would love to help you out. Just the first time hearing about this. And the other thing is I'm also part of the Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails group here in Southwest Wyoming and Evanston. And I was wondering if you would be willing to present in front of our board, because I think that group would be very interested in helping you.
I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
To both counts. And given that the weather's better, we might be able to do it. Doesn't necessarily have to be online, right? Maybe we can, come and do it in person. But yes, I think that
would be great.
Yeah, I just say, subject to, just timing and cost. But so one nice thing is that this is a visual project, right? So it's okay to present it like this. But yeah, absolutely. Let's follow up. I'll put my email, let me put my email in the chat too, but you guys in the room, it's on that last slide.
Perfect. I will be getting in touch with you very soon.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the thing is social science research, it's
Mhm.
this kind of research, it gets in depth, right? It gives you some, it gives you some in-depth things, but you pivot, so we're still pivoting a little bit. But we're really excited about the notion of being able to partner with teachers and maybe those who are in CTE, that might be another avenue.
I will talk to my CTE group here in Evanston. Thank you.
Yeah. And Michelle Aldrich, I know you're in the room there. And Michelle, remember when we talked with you a long time ago about that A Day in the Life project, where we were gathering, trying to get people to give short videos about their job, and then put that up on, all our materials are up on WildLearn, which is UW's outward facing learning management system. And it's where these materials are free. And we put everything there. So and this is where our social studies materials are. It's where our Day in the Life project is. That's so that these are materials that are available to anybody, any citizen, right? Any teacher to work with students. And we did that during COVID because we knew people needed materials, but it lined up with, Wyoming content performance standards. But we also knew that, or we've also found that people are still using these materials as a supplement to our, regular in-person instruction in schools. So always interested to get more people involved in that project too. So if anybody wants to be able to, wants to share in a 5 or 10 minute video what their job is like, do a short video. We'll do the editing. We ask you to film it on your camera or on your phone, or or even through a Zoom. We'll put that up, and a lot of teachers like to have that for projects, to have people think about, what do you want to do, moving forward.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Aldrich has a question for you.
So I'm going to say, Dr. Garrison, it's so good to see you. It's been a while. And one of the overlap areas that we've been working in is that as we were doing our platform for Road Trip Nation, that's the day in the life of work experiences, that it's really quite easy to take that content area. If you're doing that and helping us build out the Road Trip Nation platform, which we are still building out those individuals' work experiences throughout the state of Wyoming, it's really easy to make that content available also for Dr. Garrison's project. So some really great work going on, and I think really paints a picture of Wyoming in a way that we haven't had that documented, the boom and bust cycle, and really how workforce development and education and economic development happen across Wyoming, and what those barriers are. So some great information that we'll be able to use for the Workforce Development Council from that research.
And Michelle, let's follow up on that, because what we found, so right now we partnered with WYGIS has a great, kind of statewide, the Wyoming Student Atlas. I mean, this is a fantastic resource, and we partnered with them to take their resource and just use our WildLearn, Malcolm Wallop Civic Engagement. Think of it as a page, because we're the one. That's a place where teachers go to look for materials, and that's one of the things that we more broadly do. Is we're not looking to reinvent the wheel. We're partnering with the Heart Mountain Interpretive Center, for example. It's just another partner. They have material. What we have is a certain model and a platform where teachers go. So anything that allows us to kind of connect is a good thing. So Michelle, anything else like that, or all of you, the rest of you, that you have stuff, that we might be able to do that. It's a vehicle, because teachers are already going there. We have teachers from 19 out of 23 counties and the Wind River Reservation coming to the Wallop page and using these materials.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Did you get that, Dr. Aldrich, or will you follow up with her? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Sorry, it's a little bit loud in here. We have a train going by periodically. Kari's idea was that we would launch into a choir or chorus of Chattanooga Choo Choo next time it goes through, just to do something to occupy that couple minutes. So I like that idea. Now, but any other questions for Dr. Garrison while we have her?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Brenda?
Yeah, this is Brenda Morgan with the Electrical Apprenticeship Training Program. I was curious, have you had any discussions or collaborations with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership? It seems like some of this research would be very helpful for that program. It's kind of a stepping board to find out what are the barriers and then what we're looking at for sustainability in the state.
Yeah, one answer is yes, because we were actually the first phase was funded by a grant from Wyoming Data Hub, which is essentially WIP funded then. And the second part of my answer would be that now that I've got my final exam to grade, but now in a position to follow up with the folks who I know very well on the UW side anyway with. So yes, and yes, we need to do more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Caldwell, last question.
Mr. Chairman, actually, it's a comment. It's really great, Dr. Garrison, to see this. I don't want to speak for Director Cooley, but being on the WIP steering group, it's great to see it come to life from those phase 1 projects. So I've got to say it warms my heart to see this working.
And that was the commitment, wasn't it? When we, for those first projects that were funded through Wyoming Data Hub, the whole point was to find a vehicle to, there were 4 projects, I think, that were UW projects that were funded. This is just one of them. But part of it also that I think is an advantage is that this working through this kind of qualitative project, actually WYGIS has created kind of new ways of potentially displaying data that are available. They have some know-how, and this app is the next step to do things that they hadn't done before. So there are opportunities to build out other projects, having used this resilience project to kind of work through some kinks. And by the way, there were quite a few kinks to work through.
Great, thank you. I'll remind everybody the presentation, the full presentation, the contact information for Dr. Garrison is in your Google Drive. So feel free to reach out to her if you've got additional comments, questions regarding the presentation. But thank you very much for your time today, Dr. Garrison.
Sounds good. And I'll follow up with Jennifer and I'll get what you guys requested.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Caldwell is going to enlighten us on Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship.
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here to share some really great work that's been going on. For those of you online, I'm Sandy Caldwell, Executive Director of the Community College Commission and a member of this council. And you're going to hear a little bit today about something that actually just launched. That's been in the work for many, many years. And it really ties a lot to what we talked about yesterday and some of the really stellar people that you got to hear from and the effects that these types of programs have had on their lives. So I was asked to talk about Wyoming Tomorrow Scholarship, which means I have to talk about Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. And I was just trying to query a little bit of data. And I don't have great data for you quite yet. I'll probably have it next week, but this is really exciting. And this is about long-term economic vitality of our state. And what we know about statewide economic vitality is it starts with the people. And that impacts your communities. And that's what this is. This is a really great program. So let's get rolling on it. Sorry, there we go. So this is about adult learners in our state. And you've been hearing a lot about those adult learners in our state. Our legislature has put in some really specific mechanisms to study what is what is really going to be at the core and how do we help impact the citizens of our great state to really be productive for their own lives, but that impacts our communities, and the ripple effect is that it impacts our entire state, right, and our long-term economy. And so one of those things is the legislature put in place were attainment goals. This formalized in Endow, but it actually started earlier than that. Just so everyone knows, that was first put in place in 2010 initially, and then there was a joint resolution by the Community College Commission and the University of Wyoming to put those in place, because there was already a lot of data, as you heard from Dr. Garrison, around the impacts to states. So the legislature took it up and actually put in codified these and tasked a large group, in which Director Cooley was one of those members of that council, to put together a plan. And one of the top items to really address our state is our adult learners. Wyoming has a disproportionate adult population without a credential. And when we talk about credential, we're very broad. Sometimes people narrowly define college as a 4-year, but actually there's a lot of credentials. And you heard that from people yesterday. There's a lot of ways to do that. There can be certificates, there are associate degrees, and there are bachelor's degrees. And in those certificates, they can very well be non-credit industry recognized credentials. And this large attainment council, which included legislators, by the way, recognized that. And we intentionally put those in that plan. So our adult learners are already in our state. So they have what we call stickiness. Talked a little bit about the churn that happened yesterday, what happens to our young people leaving our state. But one of the ways to address that is to address the adult population. They're already here. They're already in our communities everywhere in our state. And many of them are parents, by the way. This is a big impact on the K-12, because when adult learners do not have a post-secondary credential, their children are then more at risk to proceed. And that is impacting our state. We were one of only 3 states where our high school to post-secondary credential was going down. Big impact. And that is really tied a lot to our adult population. So it is an economic impact for our state, because that credential is very much tied to lifetime earning and long-term economic impact for your state. So they have a very high ROI because it impacts generations, and that's huge for a state. And just to kind of clarify a couple of things, why do we need all levels of certificates, associate, and bachelor's degrees? We need skilled, trained people. We need a higher level technician, but we also need new industry generation. And those happen at all 3 levels. We also need to be able to see career progression as our employee base, right? Those individuals that are in employment also change over time. They retire, there's all kinds of things. They are progressed in their field who comes into that next one that has the field training to make it work. So it is really a big impact need. The levels of credentials really matter. The target population is 24 years and older. There's a lot of study into that. Wyoming has one of the first promise programs in the country. It's called Hathaway. Sometimes we forget that is a promise program. It is, but it's traditional age. We didn't really have anything for adult learners until we had Wyoming Works. And Wyoming Works is very specific to CTE programs, not broader than that, but we knew we needed broader. The other thing that Wyoming Works did, and I really give the Attainment Council a lot of credit and our legislature a lot of credit. It's really the first program that allowed for credentials and financial assistance for formerly incarcerated. And that was a really big step and we were very adamant about that and had people who championed that, and I really appreciate it. So Wyoming's Tomorrow followed that model. And Wyoming's Tomorrow specifically has Wyoming Works embedded in it, because Wyoming Works right now is on general fund. Wyoming's Tomorrow is an endowment, so it can live in perpetuity off the fluctuations of the general fund appropriation. And you got to be a Wyoming resident. We want to take care of our own, right? And that's important. So next slide. So what is Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship? Well, it passed in 2022. Remember I said it started in 2010? It's taken a long time to get here, but it had real intention from the state, really starting in 2017. So 2017 really got voiced. 2019, the legislature codified and said, we need this attainment plan and we need to focus on these adult learners. That published was in 2020 in the middle of a pandemic. And then immediately the legislature started to work on it. So they did pass the actual Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship in 2022 in House Bill 31, otherwise known as HEA 48. And immediately the Community College Commission went to work on rules. So I think is there another bullet? I'm surprised at what's in my own thing. So what happened when they did fund it is a $50 million endowment. They seeded it, the legislature, with 10 million. There needed to be some work on it. That's okay, right? Legislation evolves, right? And that's an important aspect to it. So it was seeded with 10 million, put us to work. Now, one of the things that is really important, I know I should have my own, right? I actually have it in my, thank you.
Dr. Caldwell, we're doing fairly well on time. Let's just give the train a moment to pass by. And then let's launch back in. Sorry.
For those of you on Zoom, council member Madsen's helping me out here. He brought me my slides so I could see them, except now I don't know whether to put my glasses on or not. Put them half on. That's what I do. We're just doing a train pause. It is the freight station. I'm just saying.
Starts with, hey, looky there. Is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? When the trains run, the economy's doing well, right? Sorry, Dr. Caldwell. Right. Just when you think it's done, another wave comes. Exactly.
We're ahead of schedule on the agenda, so
We're
it's
doing,
okay.
we're doing good.
So we've got plenty of train pause time.
Yes. I think we're safe.
We're
Caldwell.
good.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
will, that was good as I made breath. So the laws require that for scholarship can be called Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. It has to have this 50 million endowment in its corpus. So what it passed, it had 10 million, right? Which actually gave us time to do some planning. So go ahead. And then that brought us back, work with, and I'll have some more over this, but we did work with the Joint Education Interim Committee and the governor's office and WIP, frankly, to really address this. So the 2023 legislative session, the governor's supplemental did have a supplemental budget request for 30 million for the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, getting it really, really close to what that endowment needed to be. There were 4 bills actually introduced during the session to address Wyoming's Tomorrow. They happened in different ways. One of them was a direct bill from the Joint Education Committee. They worked very, very hard on it. I anticipate Representative Berger, I'm not saying that the Joint Education will take this up again, but we'll be talking about it when we're in front of them again on the 23rd. This is something that they were certainly taking really significant ownership over. The other bills related to Wyoming's Tomorrow were just different approaches. One was to further consolidate Wyoming's Tomorrow with Wyoming Works to really protect the Wyoming Works program long-term. Very good bill. And then there was one that came that was addressing several endowments, which included Wyoming's Tomorrow. So there were different approaches. What happened with those bills is there were a lot of bills and they just literally didn't make it through the chain in time. That's what happened. So some really great ones. It just was a timing issue when you're talking about a supplemental and a budget year. Next one. Okay. So, and then what happened at the conclusion of the session, the bills died just from sheer volume. I mean, that's what happened. But they did pass, the legislature did pass a $20 million endowment from the governor's supplemental request, which is really great. I know some of you are familiar with that. If you get half of what you asked for in a legislative session, you're doing great. So this was more than half of what he requested. So this is really great. So it brought it to 30 million on the endowment. So next slide. So, well, why do we have Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow? And why do we even need it? Well, we have to have $50 million or we cannot award the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. So we needed Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship so that there wouldn't be confusion, but we didn't have any corpus yet to build from. But the legislature really contemplated this, and I've got to give a credit to the appropriations, the Joint Appropriations Committee, because they actually took this on. Next slide. But wait, there is more. And this is what they talked about. So what they did is they said, I know we're not done with this endowment. It takes several years to get a run at this. There are things we have to work through. But what they did is they appropriated $1.25 million to the Community College Commission for the purpose of what is called a higher education scholarship in this fiscal year to be distributed similarly to the Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. See, this is clever. Is this not clever? This is totally clever of them. We know you can't award it until you get 50 million. Here's 1.25 million to award scholarships now. You better figure out how to use it. This was the directive that was given. Next bullet. And we can do that. It can't be exactly like Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship, but get really close, which gave us a whole lot of chores to do. Really great. Next one. And then we didn't want there to be confusion. This was a real concern to the commissioners. We already had for the last year a large work group working on promulgation of rules in the event that the legislature did fund it or funded an expenditure account. We didn't quite know how it would work. So it was coined for two purposes, Kickstart. So immediately fund it. They knew that every year that it wasn't funded, we lose people in Wyoming's workforce. You saw great examples yesterday. We need to make sure that we're providing this pathway for them, regardless of which way they come into the potential for a scholarship like this. And then the second reason is we needed a transition. The commission didn't want students to be confused, or adult learners say there's a 30-year-old, they decide to go back, they got kids at home, they're working, they get this scholarship, and what if Wyoming's Tomorrow gets funded? Well, do I not get the prior scholarship? Do I get the confusion that was created? And so we called it Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow, so that our 24 and older, so it's really the Wyoming's Tomorrow logo with a Kickstart that whenever it is fully funded, the Kickstart can just come off and it just becomes Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship. Really, I don't even know who coined it, but it was in that group, and it was really thoughtful to think about how to brand this for the state so that it doesn't create confusion long-term. So that's what it's called. I think the logo was created by Western Wyoming Community College. I think that we had a huge team of people that worked on it. So next one. So I can't take credit for any of it. I just get to really share all the good news about it. So we did work on the promulgation of rules. The commission did adopt those for draft last October, trying to beat the session so that they were ready. We used that a lot in there. And then we just had to be ready for what happened. We waited till after the session. They promulgated the rules. Those of the governors already signed off on those. They are in place. We put together another work group of the financial aid directors and the marketing folks from the university, from the 8 community colleges. It included Department of Workforce Services, and then our industry folks to really help make sure how will this resonate and get out to individuals. So a lot of work went on to make that happen. Next one. So I won't go through, you can see we had a lot of people making sure that we could bring this forward so that we could deliver it. So the benefit of such a large group is it really did provide insight, and it provided expertise and knowledge, but it provided perspective. So we had the Business Alliance, but we also had actually an individual from EOG Resources who participated in this, and it was really helpful. So they were done. They were all cleaned up and ready to go. So next one. So I had an asterisk next to Department of Workforce Services because this is really important for people to understand how much work goes on behind the scenes and how much collaboration really does happen to make sure that we're doing this. Yeah, I think it would be helpful for all of you to know that Wyoming at Work is a requirement in the scholarship application for both Kickstart and for Wyoming's Tomorrow. The legislature wanted to ensure that that's actually in the legislature. It doesn't say Wyoming Work. It says we have to figure out a way to do that. And this was the most logical way to make that work. And I really want to give credit to the folks at Department of Workforce Services to think about how do we create something at the institutions that allow them to apply without creating a whole separate application. And so there is a process in place. So really great kudos to the folks at Department of Workforce Services who worked on that. So it is helpful that is actually in our rules, in those promulgation rules. So they are in fact law. And then we have a whole set of guidance for the financial aid people to work with, depending on how the individuals come to the colleges or the university. So great partner in DWS and thinking through how to connect all the different aspects that we work on. So next one. So Kickstart Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship is a real thing. It is the higher ed scholarship, which we thought was a bad name. So we call it the Kickstart. So go on to the next one. It does create the transition, 1.25 million. Keep going. And the work group really, so between the end of the session, promulgation of the rules happened, and they had to launch a scholarship. That is a very tight timeline when you think about students getting their financial aid packages done. That happens in, it actually started last October, by the way, but this happened. We had to get it out to the target audiences, and they made that work. So next one. So mentioned that it involved all of these individuals, Workforce Services. Let's go to the next slide so you can kind of get a feel for it. Through all of that effort, May 1, there was a statewide launch. And I want to mention there were $0 provided for marketing and messaging, none, but they did it. It's pretty impressive. I saw press releases all over the state, and it was really great to see that. And it also got boosted. So I got to see it in the Chronicle of Higher Education that Wyoming had really fully adopted this promise from between the Hathaway and Wyoming's Tomorrow to really affect long-term economic vitality using individuals, giving them a pathway for a post-secondary credential, including Wyoming Works non-credit credentials, which is pretty exciting. So I want to show you what these look like. Administrator Akins, can you click on the, will they see that on the Zoom side? They do see that on the Zoom because we're on Zoom. Okay. So this is what it looks like with one of the institutions. This is what's called the RAC card. RAC cards are that they've got actual cards. If somebody comes in, they can give it to them. It's virtual as well. And that's that victory is within reach. It really explains it to students. This is at all 9 institutions on their websites. This is what came out for students to see. So if we can then go back. That's Westerns. I thought we were in Rock Springs. I would showcase Westerns, and they actually are the ones that first did the design. And this is UW's press release. So when you look on their website, if you go on down, you can actually see the link to Wyoming at Work, which is really pretty great to make sure that we're really trying to work through all of these things and find all of these different pathways to help our individuals. So it's pretty exciting stuff. And if you'll go to the next one, that's where the victory is within reach, because really speaking to the individuals, many who started in we have a pretty high proportion of people who stopped out as adults. Life happens. Any of you know that? Life happens, right? And so it was really, I would say, focused on not how we think about it, but on the participants who will be our adult learners in our state who can use this. So with that, if you want any, I'm always happy to answer any questions. You can contact me. Dr. Ben Moritz, who often is here for me, you can contact him. He was actually the one who convened all the marketing and financial aid folks across all the institutions in DWS. The financial aid people are the smart ones, though. They're the ones that do the packaging. So that's where you want to send people, or to the institution, so that they can find out. I will, and of course, Administrator Akins over here, I reminded her that she was listed on the slides this morning. And then, of course, the Wyoming Work, which I think is such a critical part of all of this. What I will share is this launched on May 1st. We feel very confident that this was going to be exhausted very quickly. And we anticipated this. Director Cooley was expecting this. We're really grateful to our folks at the Key 12, because as they have students, they were doing that, they're passing along information to parents. Hey, did you know this is available? We do expect that this is going to be exhausted probably by the end of the month. So there is a very high need in our state, and this is going to really showcase this. One thing I will share is that the L. Bogan Foundation, who really helped in the prior session, funded the colleges for these adult learners to give some data. The data is impressive, and at about a 13% higher persistence rate for low income individuals who qualified for the funding. It was very impactful in their lives. L. Bogan Foundation is meeting the 1st of June. They were hoping to see some data, because if it is exhausted, they want to try to come in and fill in as much as they can to help get as many people as possible in our state into those credentials. They don't want a barrier to be that we ran out of money, right? Which will still probably happen because we exhausted their funding as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is really exciting for the work that this council does to see that there's building blocks after to really help people in our state. And it really took a lot of collaborative effort and a lot of strength from our legislature to move it forward.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Caldwell. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Dr. Caldwell regarding this program? Yes.
Dr. Caldwell, thank you so much for that work. It's really exciting. Of course, one of the things that I've learned in my time as a county commissioner is that government is great at funding things just enough to fail. And what I see, which I have a bit of a concern about, is the amount of funding that you've been allocated thus far to make this bridge will be exhausted. Do you see a path forward to continue that bridge prior to the time that the endowment reaches that magic 50 million mark and we can actually start utilizing the growth dividends off of that for future funding?
Mr. Chairman and council member, we do see a path forward. I think we will be talking about this with the Joint Education Committee for sure. This is why the Albogan wanted to step in and do that to make sure. I think there is a commitment to continue to funding. It just takes a stepwise approach. So we have a couple of options that the commission is looking at. We're looking for guidance as well from the governor's office. Is this something the Joint Education Committee wants to take on to try to finish that funding? Do they want to put it in an expenditure account? Or is this something they want the commission to ask for in our budget? Interestingly enough, we have some strange, this doesn't surprise anyone. We have some strange restrictions on what we can ask for and some things we can't ask for that are interesting. So we can do that. We'll seek the guidance of what the legislature wants and what the governor wants. He may very well want to come back and ask for that balance of funding. I don't know that yet. There's just a lot in play. We absolutely can ask for another year of Kickstart funding. There's not a restriction on that. It'll be what is going to be the best strategy long-term state. And we want to be good partners with the governor's office and the legislature on how they want to see that come forward. So what I think comes out of this, and I know the committee talked about this a lot, is exhausting it is really going to show the need. And we saw that in the Albogan data is very powerful. So I think we just have to be, there is a path forward. We have to not drop the ball.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Dr.
Brenda?
Caldwell, on the website, it says that they need to register for WWAMI at work to start the process. And then it says they'll have information to career resources from that site. Is there going to be any specific required counseling for these people to actually get them tracked into a real job?
Mr. Chairman, council member, there's two ways to answer that question.
Okay.
So yes, on the college side, in terms of their financial aid advising, on the WWAMI work, I'm going to turn that over to Director Cooley, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. I think in response to that question, that's when the Workforce Center and the experts there will be able to help. When they get those degrees, when they get those certificates, they can come in. That's where the job opportunities are going to be listed. And that's where the job efforts to help them find those jobs are going to be. Is that your question?
Yeah, I guess I just see some frustration. I mean, we see applicants to our apprenticeship program that have bachelor's and associate degrees that I can't find a job in that area. So I need something that is employable. I can start providing for my family. So we're putting money towards education, but what are we educating them for is my question.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, council members, I think that a lot of the focus through WIP and through the community colleges, and I don't want to speak for Dr. Caldwell, but it is focused on making sure that those certificates, those degrees are what industry is looking for. I think there's a real connection there with the WIP with what industry needs. So there's that answer, and that's a little bit more longer term, but I would also say down in the workforce centers, those people are going to have those openings. They're going to know where the jobs are going to be. So I would send them down there.
Okay. And I would refer them back to the community colleges because I think the career centers, they can keep that ongoing support and cheerleading for them along the way and make sure that we're directing them towards that, specific job for sure.
And if I can chime in for a second too, one of the things we're going to be looking at bringing to the council, this is Trevor, by the way, one of the things we're going to be looking to bring to the council this fall is an in-demand industry list, which will really help to identify which industries are growing in Wyoming, and which industries we want to be getting our WIOA participants. So people that are co-enrolled in the Wyoming's Tomorrow program and WIOA, we will be really focusing on getting them directed to those in-demand occupations. And that list that the council will hopefully approve this fall will help to guide the career counseling to make sure they're ending up in those type of careers where they can be successful and maintain, you know, that sustainability that all these programs work towards.
And I would just kindly like to remind the council and, you know, the colleges that I went through Western Wyoming Community College, graduated, but there's also sustainable careers that they don't need a college degree as well, that we need to keep reminding people about.
And I'll add to that because I better understand what your question is now, because I find that very helpful. We actually did, as part of the attainment work, a program demand gap analysis. We did that with the NGA grant and to help in that guidance. So Director Cooley's right. That is part of what is embedded in WIP. We have a really great website called the Boots website that the colleges and the career centers are using. So you have a balance that has to occur because we have to be preparing individuals for careers that don't yet exist, right? So they have to have transferable skills and knowledge that can evolve with what they have. So we want to make sure they have that good baseline to give them the start in a career that has some career progression and allows them to grow in that. And it just is, again, as a reminder, with Wyoming Works embedded, they don't all have to be a bachelor's or an associate degree. We do have the industry recognized credentials included in that. There's an entire process around approving programs to qualify for Wyoming Works in the first place. And that also has, just so everyone knows, that uses local economic data. It uses next gen sector partnerships as well as one of the criteria that is embedded in the rules. So there already has to be some guideline around that, while also allowing for what an individual, you heard Representative Berger talk about that yesterday. We still have to be allowing for that individual to excel, and they're not necessarily always linear. So you heard a young woman yesterday with a master's degree, right? And she went in psychology and then with a minor in social work, and she's a great employee for Department of Workforce Services. So they're not always directly linear. It's that they have a skill base that's going to allow them to have transferable skills as they progress in the higher level. Certainly the non-credit credentials are very specific. CDL, for example, right? A credential in the CDL certificate, one's going to be up for adoption at the next commission meeting. There are several of those that will qualify under Wyoming's Tomorrow.
Great, thank you. Dr. Aldrich.
Thank you, Chairman Libera. I was going to just suggest to Trevor that while there may be an in-demand list created, I would just hope that we're mindful that not every in-demand position also creates a living or is considered high wage. And I think that we need to be really careful because there are lots of in-demand positions that are entry-level wages that people can't make a living at, and people get trapped in those positions. I think the other piece, Dr. Caldwell, is always the challenge of how do we get the word out? You mentioned Boots, and Lachelle Brandt out of the governor's office and I just looked at some data on Boots. That program was underwritten by the governor's office. A license was provided to all the workforce service centers and all of the community colleges and all of the high schools as part of some of the funding that he had in his office for a 3-year period. We're now 1.5, almost 2 years through that period. As of last fall, there'd been 216 uses of it statewide. We're not getting the traction, even with all the publicity we've done. We also have the student learner agreements, and I just visited with Ricardo Lynn Gonzalez. To date, we've had one actual student learner agreement that's actually been utilized and put in place from the 2021 legislation. We're not getting the traction. So how do we market? How do we get the word out? Because I sat at a table last night where people in the school district had no idea about student learner agreements. And it's something we've been talking about for 2 years. So I hope that we can keep the focus. And the challenge is always marketing. It used to be back in the day when we had 2 newspapers in Cheyenne, 1 TV station, 1 radio family. You could get the word out to everybody and everybody had the same informational sources. That's no longer the case. And it's really frustrating trying to get that information and keep it before people with all the multiple ways that people get their information now. So really, really frustrating. And I don't know how we keep promoting what we're doing to the people who need it the most. And how we can make that effective. That's why people like Ty Stockton will always be in business.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aldrich. Yes, last question, Dr. Cooley.
Mr. Chairman, not a question, but
Oh,
if I
comment,
could,
last comment.
just to respond to that, we've been discussing the same with Lachelle, and I mean, that is a tragedy because that is such an incredible vehicle for those efforts. So our comms team is working on some marketing around that because there are some funds within that grant to do that. So comms is working on that to get that marketing campaign out there for that. Whether that goes, and we discussed, do we want to do that in conjunction with the release of our management information system? Because that is going to be a game changer for individuals looking at these opportunities around the state. So we're talking about that still. But what we will be doing is matching up the boot system with the MIS system. So there is that opportunity for both there. Another point that you raised, and I'm sorry, it just went right out of my head. Pardon? Oh, on the student learner agreements. I see the legislation that was just enacted last year as it relates to apprenticeships and earn while you learn, requiring workforce services to go into the school districts to talk about those opportunities. I see that as the opportunity to really speak to that, the student learner agreements and how students go about that process, but just making them aware of it. So that maybe is the connection with those 2 pieces of legislation that we can start making a difference there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll actually open it up for one last question for Tammy. Tammy, you're on the Zoom.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. I would be remiss in my role as a labor representative if I didn't bring this up, but I heard, I think it was, can't remember who talked about the in-demand list for industry and figuring out what industry needs. And I think it would be appropriate to find out what the workforce needs too. After all, we're the Workforce Development Council. And I think if we spend quite a bit of effort trying to figure out what industry needs, and I think to develop a workforce here, we ought to be hearing what the workforce needs too. And then as far as the education piece goes, my head was just swimming listening to booths, Wyoming's Tomorrow, apprenticeships, student learner agreements. We know the Hathaway program. Maybe it's time to sit back and think, is this too much? I think this state needs to streamline this stuff so it fits into a neater package. I know, having worked in the school district for 16 years, everything gets thrown at you, and a lot of the school's reaction is this too shall pass. When Mark Gordon's out of office, is Boots going to go away? Is WIP going to go away? Michelle, you've experienced this. So I think spending some effort on some very tight, streamlined, the Wyoming's Tomorrow effort is, everything should be wrapped under that. And it should be called that. And I don't know, I just know how schools react to this stuff, and they just wait for this to pass. And then there'll be something else that comes along. But these are all fantastic and useful things for the schools. But again, it's overwhelming. And like, I think, Michelle, you said, it's frustrating because people haven't heard about it. Well, they've heard a million different acronyms and they don't know how to sort them. So if you could put it under one umbrella and just talk about one umbrella when we go out, then I think it would be more helpful to schools. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Dr. Caldwell, yes, did you have something to add?
Yeah, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I just want to mention one thing about what is considered an industry recognized credential because Dr. Aldrich brought this up. It is through the definition that the state adopted in the attainment plan. It's not just an industry recognized credential, it's an industry recognized credential with a living wage. So
Great.
that's important
Yeah.
to know.
Thank you. And Dr. Caldwell, thank you for walking us through this. It's very exciting, very exciting.
Is that it?
That's it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Strategic plan. So I'll be brief about this. As you can see in your folder, it still says draft next to the strategic plan. We have one last item that we need to address, but I do want to just acknowledge and thank you as council members. Thank Tiffany Comer from Align, who we hired to help us walk through this. We are rounding third base. We are coming home. It's a good document, and the mission on there is something I believe we should all kind of have tattooed on us somewhere because it's very well constructed. I think it's concise. I think it says it all. And I like that it's aligned very clearly with workforce. You know, I just think it's an important document that any community, any organization, any corporation, any individual, any family should have something like this. And so it's a nice guiding light for us. It drills down from high level vision and mission all the way down into the actual action steps that we're going to be taking as a council over the next couple of years. And so it's a very 3 years. It's a very comprehensive document. I urge you to take a look at it. We do have one outstanding item as it relates to community outreach. So I'll be tasking Danny to get with the community or the communications committee to kind of walk that through. We came across when we were finalizing the document, we came across some inconsistencies in the wording that we just wanted to address. And nobody, when we were sitting down and finalizing that, was a part of the conversations that you were a part of. So we'll put that back out to you here shortly. If you can polish that up for us, and then we will publish this thing and we'll move forward. My one lament is that we are finalizing a document that I think was constructed prior to understanding any ramifications that might come from any kind of funding model changes. So a little concerned about that. That's something that we need to probably walk through and figure out before we finalize the document. But as I don't think any of us have given significant consideration to what that means yet. But, and I'm just going to pass it back to Jennifer or Kari or Director Cooley or Eric, who were part of the last get together with Tiffany to finalize the documents. Are there any items that you would like to add to the conversation? Great. If you have feedback, please take a look at the document. It's concise. Please take a look at it. If you have feedback post meeting today, because we have some significant items going on, please send that to Jennifer, and she will bring it to the group and see if that's something we need to address, incorporate, et cetera. Leave it open as a draft a little bit longer. So please, I urge you to take a look at it. It's our manifesto. So please treat that with the seriousness it deserves. Jennifer?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee,
Let's give the train a moment to pass.
the Communications Committee will take this up at their June 15th meeting, but that doesn't mean especially those who were in the work group for that specific goal can attend their committee meeting. Anyone can attend anyone's committee meeting. So if you want to be involved in that discussion as we finalize those goals, please feel free to join. And if you need the Zoom link, just let me know. I'm here to support you and in your efforts as a council. So just remember to use me as a resource. And we really are almost there. It's just one goal and just making sure it aligns with what the council had worked on previously.
Thank you, Jennifer. Very good. So on the agenda, we currently have a little break scheduled. I will be turning it over to Eric Trowbridge to step in as chair for our discussions. And let's see, what is on our agenda in terms of the break? We've got a break now to 10:15. We'll reconvene, and we've got some votes that we need to cast. So thank you very much.
All right, everyone, just a 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. All right, if we can all make it back to our seats, please. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the council meeting as it is 10:15. So welcome back. Hope all of you had a great break, had some great conversations. I have really enjoyed over the last day and a half listening to so many awesome presentations, a lot of really good discussions happening. So now we're obviously at the point in the council meeting where we'll be voting on, we've got a pretty packed agenda. So as you can see on the agenda, we've got 6 voting items that we have to get through in just a little over an hour. So I just want to kind of remind the council too, that because we have 6 voting items in a very short amount of time, it's kind of to respect that we need time to discuss and make sure that we get all of these things. And then we'll be moving into the updates from the chairs of the subcommittees, open up to public comments, and then I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn. So we're going to go ahead and begin our very first voting action item, which is the spending plan and expenditures by Jenna Cassidy. And then really quick, I'm sorry, is it's really important as council members that we review our meeting materials prior to meetings. So all of the material for the action items were made available to you on the Google Drive on April 28th. So it is our responsibility to read those, ask questions, and then what our purpose is here is to have those great discussions and then make an informed decision. So just really quick on that. And then, all right, now we will move on to Jennifer and team on spending plan and expenditures, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have with me today, Brittany Redenbaugh. She's joined us by Zoom in all of our committee meetings and council meetings, and she's our grant manager over the WIOA program and several other of our federal programs. So she's more in the day-to-day of looking at expenditures, doing the federal reports, drawdowns, and things like that for the WIOA funds, which encompasses council funds, and then the funding for the workforce centers. So I'm going to go through our expenditures. We've got January, February, and March available, so we can look at the last couple of months. I've got some notes, and I'll just put it out there that if any of the have specific questions or things that they want to hear more about when I do these presentations, I'm happy to take that feedback so that we can make sure we're giving you all good information. So at the top here, we're showing the 3 grant years that we have available right now, starting with our 2020 award. So you can see at the end of March, we were at 62% spent, with those funds needing to be fully spent by June 30th. So that gives us about 7% of this program year available to spend that 37%. For 2021, let's see, we have about 39% of the year left with 83% of the funding left. And you'll see that we have spent a little bit in the 21 award. And I just wanted to bring it up and remind everyone, we do have a requirement per the Department of Labor regulations for this federal money that it needs to be obligated or spent 85% in that first year. So we have 3 years to spend the money, but we have to be 85% overall either spent or obligated in that first year. So the majority of that does fall on the program side, but we do have a little bit of that on the council side where we've got to have some obligations or some funds spent in those later years. Otherwise, DOL goes through a recapturing of funds. So at that point in the year when we submit our federal reports, if we're not at that 85%, they do have the ability to take back some of our award. So for the 22 award, we've got about 71% of the year left and 100% of the funding. We have not dipped into that pot at all yet. And then potentially after votes today, we'll be adding the 23 award to that as well. Let's see. So if we look at our year-to-date spending as of the end of March, we are at 412,000 with 303,000 of that 22 award that again has to be spent by June 30th. The majority of that spending looks like it's coming from the council expenditures, so general council expenditures. We've got the required activities and then our allowable activities. So the general council expenditures are travel, pays for these meetings, also the special projects. And then there's a small amount of staff salary that's included in that for, council type business. And then that will include the funding that's been spent for workforce center staff training. So that's where the majority of the expenditures are happening. And let's see. So down at the bottom, our current projects that we have going. And so these are not necessarily going to be spent in this year. So by June 30th, these are just projects that the council has committed to and the dollar amounts. I think we've talked about the micro credentialing a couple times and sounds like they're still working on that and, kind of waiting on invoicing, but it's not going to happen by June 30th is my understanding. And then we've got the dollar amount set aside for the strategic plan and the board software. So all in all, right now, the current projects, there's about 275,000 set aside for that. Again, that is not necessarily going to be coming out of this 20 year, 20 year, a year or 2 years down the road when that funding is actually spent. I believe that was the majority of the notes that I had. Anything you would like to add, Brittany? And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. Discussion from council.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Stacy Strasser. How are you?
Hey, Stacy. Yes, go ahead.
Just to let you know, there will be 2 proposals coming up to the council for money that's going to be expended possibly through this $500,000 for MIS and $14,000 for possible chairs that have been approved. So just know that $303,000 should be expended by the end of this year, including going into fiscal year 21. And just a little discussion of, we have these funds obligated, but we don't know when we get invoices. I'm just curious if there's a way that we could have it in their contract that they have to invoice us by a certain time, so this doesn't happen in the future. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. Can we scroll to the bottom? This is Jennifer Welch. I can give context to those projects. The staff training all plans to be expended in the 2021 timeframe. Also, the Department of Ed micro-credentialing, their contract ends on August 2024. And so that will be gone by at least August 2024 is when they'll send their final invoices to us. I've spoken to Dr. Ballard, and there will not be an extension. That is when that project will end. So we know when that will end. And then the FBLA, the board software, the invoice is going through our fiscal department right now. So in the next couple months, board software will also be expended. And then the strategic planning, we literally just met with Tiffany. And so once we wrap up and she's done, she will invoice us as well. So that will be another invoice that's for the 2021. It won't be in 2020. But all of them are coming soon. And then in their contracts, when work is finished, they, we have when they have to send us the invoice, and then in the contract, it's how many days until we pay the invoice. So that all is very well controlled, but something like the micro-credentialing project was a multi-year project because it takes teachers many years, and COVID came in the middle of it, which extended the timeline. So it was one of those projects that took a long time to finish.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to piggyback off of that, so if we look at the strategic planning and the board software, in the column where we've got the dollar amounts remaining, that's at 0, which means we already have those funds encumbered, and they're already subtracted out of that 300,000 that's remaining.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer. Any other council discussion? Yes, Mr. Short.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Jennifer, when you mentioned the 85% encumbering of the funds, is that specific to the 85% funding that is out of the distribution that goes specifically to operations, if you will, and not a requirement of the 15% that's allocated towards the council currently?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. So, when we look at federal regulations, they're looking at the grant as a whole. So, we get 5 million some odd dollars every year. And of that 5 million, 85% needs to be spent or obligated in the first year. That's including council funds, because that comes off the top of those federal dollars, and the funding that goes to the workforce centers, participants, and staff.
Great. Thank you. All right. Any other additional council discussion? Otherwise, is there a motion to move forward with the spending plan and expenditures?
So moved.
All right. So moved by Mr. Tony Cross. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by who was that?
Let's go, Mayor Hall.
All right, Mayor Hall. Thank you, Mayor Hall. So seconded by Mayor Hall. All right. So yes. And any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining? Any opposed? All right. Motion passes. So thank you, Jennifer. And I believe you're going to be also introducing our next voting action item, which is our funding model. Also, Trevor will be joining. So if you want to go ahead and get started.
Thank you. I am excited here to talk to you about this idea today. And I thank Director Cooley and the chairman for kicking off the conversation yesterday on this funding model recommendation. The details of this recommendation are found on that April 28th memo in the linked spreadsheet in that memo, which I hope you've had a chance to review by now. I wanted to start with a quick explanation of the two items which would see an increase in their budgeted amounts if the council chooses to adopt this recommendation. The first one is operations costs or operational costs. These include costs which are incurred by the staff who directly interact with participants. So it's going to be the workforce center staff pay, the rent for their office locations, utilities, and any other costs allocated by their location expenses. Participant costs can include career services and training services. Career services include things such as career counseling, internship, and work experiences. This also includes supportive services like transportation, housing assistance, childcare assistance, or buying the books for the classes they're going to attend, or steel-toed boots so they can start that new job. Training services include things like adult education and literacy, as well as things such as skill upgrading and retraining. Additionally, DWS is allowed by WIOA law to take up to 10% of the grant amounts for administrative costs. We have historically taken less than this, and as noted on the spreadsheet, we're planning to take less to help ensure the spending plan aligns with where the costs have traditionally been spent. As you know, the second word of WIOA is innovation. And part of this innovation is looking at the way things have always been done and asking, how can we do it better? That's what this group of leaders who put this proposal together, or this recommendation together, is doing here. Historically and currently, as Jennifer just showed, the council has repeatedly been required to dispose of cash at the end of a program year. Historically, and also currently, DWS typically runs out of funding for participants towards the end of the year and requests additional funding from the council to cover those needs. This recommendation looks to adjust the funding model to use the funding as it's received for the purposes the WIOA law exists, the participants that are served in our communities. Where things currently stand, Workforce Center staff are at the point where priority of service will have to be implemented. This means that staff will have to pick and choose which eligible participants they can serve, and they'll be limited in the scope of how much they can help these participants. This will not help these participants break the cycles they're in. It won't lead them to contributing more to our communities, and ultimately they'll remain reliant on the public systems that WIOA tries to get them off of. One of the questions that I've heard over the last couple of days is if this change would make DWS reliant on the additional funding moving forward. I can assure you that this DWS team, many of who are here in this room today, are looking at how we can do business better and ensuring that we're constantly evaluating where we can find better efficiencies and a better way to serve the citizens of Wyoming. The biggest example right now of that change is the upgrade of our MIS system, or what you may know as wyomingatwork.com. This new system will increase staff efficiency, clean up manual processes that are a drain on Workforce Center staff's time. This is in addition to the increase in ease of use that job seekers and employers will find in our new system. Not only that, we're going to see some significant cost reduction for annual maintenance costs to the tune of more than $500,000 annually once we get the new system launched. We continue to identify areas where we can save money or time and increase our efficiency. And at the same time, we're looking at ways we can apply for new grants as they come up. Just over the course of the past couple of years, we have added several temporary grants, including the RICIA grant, the reentry grant, and the Quest grant. In closing, before I turn it over to Jennifer to describe the specific dollar amounts of this recommendation, I wanted to bring up two final points. The Code of Federal Regulations governing WIOA, specifically 20 CFR 683.120B, indicates the council, and I quote, must not reserve more than 15% of the funds. The language was crafted this way to ensure that state workforce development councils like this one had the ability to adjust for the needs of the state, and this recommendation from DWS seeks to do just that. Finally, I want to close my remarks by reminding you of those amazing stories Tom and Amy's teams brought to us yesterday, and the impacts being felt not only in Southwest Wyoming, but in every corner of the state. Without an adjustment to the funding model, our case managers will be forced to make decisions on which participants they can help and how much they're able to help them. Those amazing success stories are the results of the high quality work being done at every level of DWS, and specifically with the collaboration of this council. This recommendation will help to ensure that we are all continuing towards the goal of improving things for our state, our communities, and most of all, the people who WIOA was created for. And with that, I'll turn it to Jennifer.
Thank you, Trevor. And if we could have the linked spreadsheet brought up. Thank you. So this spreadsheet is linked in the memo, but I wanted to go over it and happy to answer any questions. So we do have a breakdown of what the proposal would look like for each grant year. Down at the bottom, we have a summary for all 3 years. So this is taking into account, assuming, you know, all of 2020 is spent, and we're looking at 21, 22, and 23. So the overall decrease to the council is just over $1 million. And then, as Trevor mentioned, we are decreasing our admin set aside that the state takes by $24,000. Overall increase to operations, which again is part of it is staff salaries, but also rent and just in general operating costs are going up. Supplies, paper, all of those things cost more. And then 567,000 goes directly to the participants. Over on the right side as well, we have a breakdown of what it would look like with the current funding model versus what the proposal is. So if everything stayed the same, the council continues to take 15%. The council would have 2.3 million to spend across those 3 grant years. And with the proposal of the new funding model, the council would have just over 1.2 million still available in those 3 grant years. And then once we get our award for the preceding years, particularly 2024, we do have to bring that to the committee and to the full council to vote on. So this, you know, this would be a continued discussion each year when the funding model is presented, and the council would have the opportunity to revisit if we do decide to go this route. We could potentially revisit and go back to the 15% to the council for the 2024 award.
Awesome. Thank you, Trevor and Jennifer, for that information. To kind of start council discussion, I see Mr. Engel has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Eric. I had my first thought on a motion regarding this would be, because there's going to be some detailed questions and conversation, would be to go into executive session. I'm not going to start out with that motion at this point, but what I would like to do is make a motion that we delay the decision on this until further information can be gathered, as far as even if the DOL would approve anything like this, which they probably would, I'm not sure. But I think the viability of what it would have, how it could affect the council as far as the jeopardizing the momentum and the viability of the council if we were to give up this funding, and looking at some of the grant requests that are on the table. Our 2020 funding will be totally eliminated if we do go through with the proposed or the ask for more funding on some of these other things that we have. So 2020 will be taken care of. So my motion is going to be that we postpone any decision on this action item. And also another thought is that I think that we should also, with this motion, give the executive council of this council the ability to hire a third-party audit to assess the effectiveness and the efficiency of the one-stop centers as far as the spending. And without going into detail, since we're not in executive session, I think there's some things that maybe could be addressed a little bit more appropriately in those one-stop centers. So with this, I make that motion to postpone any action item on this agenda item, and to also give the executive council, if the executive board, if they so choose, to appoint a third-party audit for the one-stop centers.
I second that motion. This is Tammy.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Engel. We have a second council discussion. The motion on the table is to postpone.
Chairman.
Oh.
Ivy Castleberry has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Castleberry, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ivy McGowan Castleberry, proxy for Governor Gordon. There are a couple of things that I want to point out. If this motion to table passes, there's no further discussion on the topic until it comes off of the table. And a further concern is that this topic under the Wyoming Public Records Law is not eligible for executive session discussion.
We would be discussing, this is Jim, I'm sorry. I actually looked into that as far as the executive session. We would be discussing salaries and pay scales during that discussion. So I do believe it would fall under executive session.
Mr. Chairman, no, I do not believe that it does. Public records requests or public open meetings law requires it's for litigation, real estate purchases, land purchases or transfers, and personnel.
And salaries are public record, Jim.
Personnel would be part of the discussion.
But not personnel behavior. Salaries are public records. So you can go out and look up salaries of certain people.
Okay,
Those are public. That's public information.
Dr. Caldwell, you had a statement?
Mr. Chairman, I know it's up for a vote to go into or go into executive session, but I do not believe that merit for whether or not this meets executive session has been met. I'm concerned that this is not an executive session item.
There was no motion for executive session made. The motion on the table is to table any decision on this until further information can be gathered. There is no executive session motion on the table.
All right, any other further, the motion on the table has been seconded. Any further council discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
whenever a motion is tabled, there is no provision for bringing it back to the committee as a whole at any point in time without at least a 2/3 majority.
That is correct.
Thank you. Further discussion?
So, Mr. Chairman, my understanding would be that we would have to take a vote to table or not table. If it does not pass, then we could make a motion to have an audit done before we take a vote, I believe.
All right, so we'll go into a vote for tabling, or do we have other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
online? Yes. Who's speaking?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh,
I wanted to ask for a little clarity on this motion. My understanding is the motion is to table the subject pending further information, but wouldn't passing that then require us to engage that audit inherently by nature of the motion? I don't see it as two pieces.
The motion was to give the latitude to the executive board of this council, which would be the chairs of the subcommittees, that if information is gathered and along with that would be to appoint a third-party audit to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of the one-stop center. So it's giving the executive board of this council the authority to hire that third-party audit.
thank you, Mr. Engel. Any further discussion as well? Yeah, Director Cooley?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the council. We want to be fully transparent with everybody. If there is information that you need, we're ready, willing, and able to gather that information without, bring in an auditor if you would like, that's fine. But if you would like first to take a look at the data that we have to see if you are comfortable with it, to ask questions, to step into some of these workforce centers and ask them individually questions about how money is spent, what is the process, etc. That opportunity is open to you as well. I'm not afraid of an audit. Jim, if you know of something going on, give me a call and let's talk about it. But right now, our books are open to every one of you. And I want to make that more than clear, that we are here being transparent with you. We're trying to let you know where we're at with our spending and with our dollars. And I'll frankly tell you, this is the first time I've heard that there might be an issue. So if there's an issue and it's been festering out there, or somebody's heard something and we were not told about it so that we could address it, I think that's pretty outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Tammy, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the audit is one avenue. I think yesterday, Mr. Chairman brought up that the information was posted a couple days ago on the budget, so it's a lift for all of us to look into it. I have a lot of questions, not about audited stuff, but just more detail questions. And I had emailed Mr. Chairman last night, but I know he didn't get a chance to see it. If we could have, for those of us interested, a sit down and really walk through this and see all these expenditures. And I'm relatively new in this group compared to Mr. Engel, but so I don't understand all of this. I have a good sense of budget, but I don't understand everything here. And so to make this decision, I think it warrants a little more time. Whether or not it's necessary or not is one thing, but that lots of questions that don't fit into the audit parameters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tammy. And I do see Ivy. Do you have a question?
Yes, well, actually, maybe a suggestion. I think that the motion that was originally made is probably confusing, and I would ask the bringer of the motion to consider dividing that motion, because there are two very specific things that are being asked in there. And as has been discussed, if we're tabling the item, there is no more discussion that can be had on it, including the executive committee looking at any aspect of it. So I think
I just kind of hold on. We've got a train going by. So take a deep breath.
I'll wait for you to let me know when we're clear.
Yeah, thank you, Ivy. I'll let you know.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I add something?
Sure.
I just want to remind everyone that these are all DOL federal funds. So DWS does have the best interest of both sides in how the funds are spent appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, looks like we have Christina West.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Again, I apologize. I'm not able to be there as I am working in Casper this week. I just also want to echo Director Cooley. Of course, we would welcome any audit by any third party. We definitely know that, we're far from perfect, and we have, much room for growth. And we know that we are really working to be innovative and make changes with how we do business. I think you'll see that with the new MIS. You've seen that with closures of a couple of offices. And so we're going to continue to look to operate different ways for sure. We have successfully passed 2 Department of Labor audits since I've taken this role. Not again saying we've passed with flying colors. We do have room for growth. And I think that's something why we have come to you and requested training dollars so that we can continue to train our staff to continue to be better. So I too just want to welcome any audit, but I also want to clarify that, if there's a concern out there, we're not aware of it. And so we're really asking, Mr. Engel, if you're hearing something, please reach out to me. I take this position very seriously. And so I want to know what their concerns are so that we can address them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ivy, I might have cut you off. Did you have continuation on your comment?
I did. So where I was going initially was that there was a lot that was in that motion. And so I would like to request the bringer of the motion to consider dividing it, because any further, if the question that is being called for is to table the item, to table this item, that means that there's no further discussion, not even for the executive session or the executive board on this topic. So I think we need to get that motion a little bit clearer. And then secondly, I had a question for Director Cooley. Since these are federal funds, I believe that they go through a regular federal audit process. So I was wondering if Director Cooley could talk about that process.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chair, members of the council. Over the last 2 years, and this would include unemployment insurance as well, we've probably gone through what was the last number? 11 audits, 25 audits. We are over audited in terms of the funding that we get. And certainly, as Christina West just indicated, we have a heavy presence of Department of Labor, where we are speaking to them routinely on our spending, on our the appropriateness of our spending. As you know, 2 meetings ago, I raised the issue about the spending of some of the projects from the committee using council funds, because that is something that we were dinged on an audit with. And so we worked on a process where there's a document, a form for individuals to fill out. Thank you to Administrator Akins and her team, where if you are seeking funding from the council, there are certain parameters that are outlined in that form so that when it comes before this council, we know that it's an appropriate spending of money, and we know before it even gets to you for consideration that it's appropriate for use of funds. So those are just some of the things that we have done in order to address some of the issues we've heard from DOL, but we are heavily audited by DOL. Again, I'll let you know, our books are open. Workforce centers would welcome you in there, talking to them about how they're spending funds, what they're doing with individuals. We're welcome to sit down with you and talk to you about some of the things we're doing internally in terms of training for teams. But to hear for the first time today that somebody has an issue with funding and how we're spending funding is remarkable, because I really would have liked and appreciated the opportunity to address that up front. If we've got an issue, we will absolutely address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I do believe, Jennifer, you wanted to follow up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a little bit on top of the federal audits. Our state auditor's office also conducts a single audit every year. And I believe for workforce services, WIOA is one that is typically pulled just because of the dollar amount. And those reports are available on the state auditor's website. We did just go through a round of that with WIOA as well. And part of the council's required activities on our budget is monitoring. So I think you'll remember we had a couple of years ago, we did the monitoring with that vendor in Texas, completed that report. And I know we're working on that process again, and is something that will be happening, I think ideally every year of grant funding is monitoring. And then again, those reports are made available to the council.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. And we've got multiple people on Zoom that have some comments. So
Eric, if I could just jump in on my motion, the word audit, I think, has kind of pushed everybody over the edge. I'm not saying, the questions that were brought to me was not anything to do with inappropriation of funds, anything like that. It's more on the efficiency and the operation of the one-stop centers. Now, we went through a procurement. We are in charge of who is operating the one-stops. Department of Workforce Services does a fabulous job. Their team, all the people that are there are amazing. I just think that I think the questions that have been bombarding me since this application first came out 2 days ago, or this request, we haven't had time to look at it. Are the one-stop centers being run efficient and effectively as if they were being operated by a private sector company or whoever may be doing it? There's only 20% of the funding that we're giving, from what I can calculate, that's actually going to our clients. 80% of it is overhead. As far as the brick and mortar buildings that we're in, the staff, there's a lot of overhead that's not actually, the money's not going to our clients. So when I say audit, that's more what I'm directing it at, is the operation of the one-stop centers. Is it Are they being run effectively and efficiently, as if it was a private sector company running them, they would have to go to a bank and apply for a loan on the shortfall if they gave all their staff a big raise. So are they being run efficiently? That has nothing to do with a misappropriation of funds. And I know that everybody's got their feathers up over that comment of an audit. It has nothing to do with a misappropriation of funds. Are we running these one-stop centers as lean and mean as we possibly can to get more money going directly to our clients rather than overhead? So with that, I will revise my motion to table the decision and the action item on this until further information can be gathered.
All right, thank you, Mr. Engel. I do see Stacy and Tammy. I'll come to you, but I also think Chairman Libera is online. Are you there, Fabian? Mr. Chairman? All right. Hearing none. Stacy.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just a couple things. I agree with this motion to table. When this was brought to our committee in April, it really felt like we were blindsided and didn't have the information that we needed to make a good decision. I have pulled all of my files from when I started with the council, because it used to be in hard copies. I have the executive order that the governor signs and what we're tasked as a council to do. And I'm not sure if, as I go through all these numbers, that, you know, having our funds cut by half, are we going to be able to perform the task that we are set by the governor to do? And so I think that giving us 15 minutes of discussion yesterday, not all of the council was in the committee, so they didn't have the ability to have more information. We have a lot of new counselors that I'm sure this is overwhelming and they don't quite understand. And so I too believe that we should table this. We should have more discussion, look through our funds and to see how this is going to impact us. I mean, I think, are we going to be a functioning council where we actually have money to do projects and make a difference in the state of Wyoming? Or are we going to be cut to where we're just going to make a check mark that we're making the federal requirements, which I have seen in other councils around the state? So I agree with Jim in that we should table this discussion for.
All right, thank you, Stacy. So, and thank you, Mr. Engel. So Mr. Engel obviously has changed his motion, revised his motion to table this discussion. And Tammy, as the second, are you all right with that amendment?
As the second, I am. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Quick comment. I don't support this motion because I think the conversation is important, and we've spent now a little over half of our allotted time talking about whether or not we could talk about it, with due respect to the person who made the motion. So I think that this is just a comment, really. First of all, though, I would request a roll call vote when we do this so that we're on record on that front. But I would suggest that continued discussion is helpful regardless of outcome. Even if the outcome 10 minutes from now is that we table it pending further information, I don't feel clear on what that further information that's needed is so that we can take further action. So just some suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Yes, Mayor Hall.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the discussion here. I've talked to staff quite a bit about this since they brought it up yesterday, and I understand it's always easy to push something off, to table something. And I suppose if that's the will of the council to do that, to get a little bit more information for all of our own parts, I tend to place a fair amount of confidence with, when I get to work with people. And I feel like that the staff, both with the DWS, and our staff here have done a really good job of presenting this. I personally am confident voting for the funding model. And even in particular, as it says within the information I read, the council always has the ability to adjust the funding model at any point in time to allow for future adjustments as necessary. So if we went this route and voted this today, I think we could still be nimble enough or flexible enough to change things around if we hit a pitfall or we feel like we needed some more money for whatever projects, which actually Kari has informed me there aren't any foreseeable projects that would cut into this. So that's not necessarily anything that's even on the table. And then the idea that this gets pushed more to our participants, I think that also makes this presentation, gives it a lot of validity. And so I personally, thinking of my fiduciary responsibility as a council member, I feel pretty confident in voting for the funding model recommendation, but that's just me. So, but anyway, those are just really some thoughts that I've been thinking about as this has been brought up. But I really do have confidence in the people that present this data for us, and I think that I'm, like I say, I'm willing to move forward based on what I've seen so far.
Thank you, Mayor Hall. Yes, Brenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I see this as a human element. I think this council, we support the DWS staff. What we need is just a tad bit more information. The memo said 9 in 4 participants so far have been serviced. That is less than 0.001% of our population in Wyoming. So to know what are we doing with that money, like, did they get tools? Did they get tuition? I think just that little bit drill down would help us as a committee be more confident in referring to people to the local center of what we're using that money. But that low percentage of serving the population, we really have to be careful with what we're doing with that money, just to make sure we are being the most efficient with that. And what are we giving them for that? And are they staying in Wyoming? Are they working after they get those certifications and that training? So just to have that would be really helpful for me, at least.
Thank you. Yes, Trevor.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Brenda. We did gather some information on the average cost per participants. I don't have the necessary breakdown if it's tools or what it is. But between career services, which are our career counseling, that's supportive services like buying tools, for WIOA participants, I'm going to round the numbers just so it's easier to talk, but and we'll be happy to get this information out to you all as well. For career services, it's an average of $4,000 that is spent for those purposes, and $7,500 for training. For dislocated workers, those are people that are usually in some sort of trade and get readjusted to a different type of trade. They're a little quicker on the training services, usually don't require quite as much. And so that average is 3,000. And again, it's about 4,000, a little under 4,500 for career services. And then for the youth, it's 3,600 for career services and 9,000 for 9,500 for training services. Obviously, those are going to be participants who are under 24, often not as far along in their training as an adult maybe, and so they require a little more on the training services side of things.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Tammy, you still have your hand raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. Trevor, what you said exactly highlights my concerns, and I think I've heard Brenda and a few others say this as well. We do have questions, and you give us the information here today as we ask for it, and that's great. And I think Director Cooley also said, we're happy to give you any information you need. So this should be the meeting where we say we need the information. The next meeting of the council should be where we say we want to make a motion on this funding model. So I don't know how that fits with your fiscal year and all that stuff, but we needed to have this conversation either a meeting ago or make a vote at a future meeting, so we can have the appropriate time to process and understand this. My questions drill down to as low as how's the rent split out between all the different agencies that are using the building we're paying for, all the different elements of workforce services? When we buy chairs with this fund, who sits in those chairs? Is it just the people getting services? Probably not. Those are questions about how we allocate the money that's being spent. And I think those are helpful in kind of what Jim was saying, where we drill down to efficiencies. So in my mind, it would be really important for us to put this off until we have the information that all of us are craving, many of us are craving. So anyway, I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Trevor?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the timeline of this decision by the council. So we do, if there's not a funding model approved for PY 23, that's the one that starts July 1st, then we cannot access that money until this council approves that. I haven't looked at the numbers this week, but last week when we were looking at the available funds for some of the programs, it was in the teens of thousands of dollars. So not very much money. That's maybe one or two participants that we're able to obligate funds for at this point to last us through at least June 30th. And potentially beyond, depending how, when the decision on this funding model was made. So not trying to push you to a decision, but just wanting you to be informed that time is somewhat of the essence with this.
Thank you, Trevor. And I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kari and Jennifer, so if this motion passes, we'd probably have to have a special session with the council in the next couple of weeks to reconvene and vote on this.
So Mr. Chairman, this is Kari. In prior years, if the council has not taken action during the Q2 meeting, then the executive committee has met and made the funding formula allocation decision in order for the agency to be able to access funds July 1. So there's also an issue of timing as far as the guidance letters that we receive from the Department of Labor. And so that's when we have our actual breakdown of how many dollars we will get for adult dislocated worker and the youth programs, which are the programs that we're deciding the funding allocation for. So we went ahead and presented the funding formula allocation to the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee before we actually had that guidance letter, and we based it on a prior fiscal year. And then we received that guidance letter the day after that committee meeting, which is why we were able to provide some more extensive information to this committee. So that is a little bit of a timing balance that happens every year. And in prior years, if there has not been a TEGL before the Q2 meeting, then the executive committee has made this decision for those programs without it coming before the full council.
Thank you for clarifying. All right, any further discussion on this motion that's currently on the table? Yes, Mr. Short.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just want to, I understand the ramifications insofar as the Workforce Services Group would be able to carry on the mission if we table the discussion today concerning the funding model. Does it then hamstring Workforce Services from being able to pursue those directives that they are supposed to insofar as their mission? And then secondly, is there a way for us to consider the funding model as it pertains to allocated funds that are currently in our coffers, for lack of better terminology, to help offset the need in the spend at Workforce Services, but give this council enough comfort so that forward-looking dollars are not necessarily immediately encumbered? And I know that's a very lengthy and complex series of questions I'll try to string into one, but if I could get some understanding on that, it'd be very useful, please.
Do you have something to say, Trevor?
Yes. Yeah. So yes, to a degree, it would certainly keep things tight. We will continue to look for opportunities and figure out how we can continue to serve the people in need that are coming into our offices. And these are people in need. They have to meet a series of eligibility to qualify for this funding. It's not just anybody that comes in, although we do offer services for anybody that comes in, but not through these WIOA programs. But yeah, I do believe that that we will have to identify further ways to continue to be able to serve our participants. Did I answer all of your question? I feel like I didn't.
That certainly helps with the immediate consideration. But again, the question I think before the council is, there's been stated to us, there's a need for additional funding to support WIOA candidates. That's been asked that the dollars that have already been allocated for program year 21 and 22 and that are coming up for 23 be considered for a change in that allocation level. I think that to a degree, the council has a luxury that Workforce Services does not, insofar as when the monies are allocated from the Department of Labor, they must be expended in that program year. And please correct me if I'm misspeaking, Jennifer Cassidy or anybody else. So when we take a 15% cut of the total bucket of allotted dollars, the 85% that is allotted to the Workforce Services must be spent in that program year, whereas we get a 3-year leeway, so to speak. So we have a luxury of sitting on those dollars for that period of time where they do not. And things happen. For example, salaries were adjusted apparently in the last year that had not been adjusted for a period of time. And that made an impact to their funding that maybe was not necessarily foreseen. So I think that's maybe one of the drivers behind this. But again, we have this luxury that they do not, and we have dollars allocated currently that they've already spent for those program years, and they're asking us to consider giving those dollars to help fund the current operation, if I understand the ask correctly. And I know it's very complicated, and it's to coin Dr. Caldwell's words yesterday, it gets sticky and kind of uncomfortable when we talk about these dollars. So any clarification is very useful.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Engel?
I just, a comment that with my tenure, we've been through this numerous times over the last 20 years I've been on this. If there is a shortfall come June 1st or July 1st, whatever that date is, there is nothing that restricts our executive council to address that by giving some money back to the Department of Workforce Services during this information gathering period. I mean, if we have $300,000 that's still sitting there in the coffer from 2020, and there's going to be a shortfall that's going to affect our clients and customers, come July 1st, the executive council can meet and grant any funding that's needed to the Department of Workforce Services to keep this operation going. But we don't have that number. What is the shortfall going to be? I keep hearing there's going to be a shortfall and it's going to affect our clients. What is the shortfall? If there's going to be a shortfall, executive council can meet and address that issue right then, rather than us giving the purse strings away from our council. With the momentum that we have going right now and the effectiveness of the council, we're going to give away our purse strings? No, I think the executive council can meet when we know what the number is of the shortfall to get us to the point where we all feel comfortable about voting on this.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Any further discussion about the amended motion? Oh, Jennifer, go ahead. Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification on the years of spending and what that looks like. So the grant year is the grant year. The council money and the money that is set aside for running the program come in through the same grant. So we do have 3 years to spend that money. We get a new grant every year. The overall grant award does need to be 85% obligated or spent in that first year. So again, most of that falls on the operation participant side. Some of that does fall on the council. In the memo, and Director Cooley touched on it a little bit yesterday. We're showing, and this is particularly just for the participants. So just calling out youth. We have either spent or obligated all of the 2020 award, 2021 award, and at the end of March, there was 122,000 available to serve participants. And then we also have some information on what the average monthly spending is for those participants. So for youth, it's $72,000. And then we have that same information lined out for adult and dislocated worker. Again, for both of those programs, 20 and 21 are both fully spent or obligated. And we are at the very end of the 22 funding.
Thank you, Jennifer. Director, you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. There's been discussion about the forward movement of the council, and I absolutely agree with that. And that is a good thing. That is something that we, as your partners, it's not us against you, it's not you against us. We are collaborators and we need to work together. And we have been in full support of the efforts that you've been taking to move forward. Part of those efforts is pushing people into the workforce centers. And we're seeing the fruits of that effort with the additional people that we've got in our workforce centers. I will tell you right now that I will not let the forward momentum that we've got in our workforce centers stop. What we'll have to do is borrow money from other sources that we have that we will eventually be paying back though. So just know that we're not going to let that stop. I think it's critical to the state of Wyoming. We've got to keep that movement going. And whatever the decision of the council is, at the end of the day, we work together. We are here to collaborate. We all want the same thing. And I can't stress that enough, because I think we've got a really good relationship where we are working together toward that common goal. So we will be borrowing money to keep that effort moving forward, but it will need to be paid back at some point. So thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any further discussion on the motion? Oh, yes, Mr. Weil.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out once again that if the motion is tabled, no action can be taken on it by the council without it being reintroduced and a 2/3 majority.
All right. Any other comments or discussion? Mr. Short?
Just one final comment. I will echo Mayor Hall's comments. It's hard for us to have pulse on everything that happens inside of workforce centers. So we have to rely on people that we trust to give us that's necessary for us to understand what our choices are in front of us and make decisions based on that input.
Thank you. All right, we do also have a lot of other action items to go to the rest of the day. So any further discussion before we, again, just for clarification, the motion on the table is to table this discussion. And if there's no further discussion, I would call on Jennifer to do a roll call vote, please.
So to clarify, the motion is to table this topic for the funding model. That is all. Governor Mark Gordon or his designee.
This is Ivy McGowan Castleberry as his proxy. No.
Senator Fred Baldwin. Representative Ryan Berger.
No.
Jim Engel.
Yes.
Ron Wild.
No.
Tony Cross.
No.
Dick Smith. Chair Eric Trowbridge. Larry Fordor.
No.
Michael Kircher,
No.
Do I say the people who aren't here?
Katie Legursky, Chair Fabian Librera, Tina Conley,
No.
Mark Madsen, Nathan Williams,
No.
Philip Cornella,
Yes.
Brenda Morgan,
Yes.
Michelle Butler, Danny Bureau,
No.
Stacy Strasser,
Yes.
Charles Wilson,
No.
Tammy Johnson,
Yes.
Director Cooley,
No.
Robert Short,
No.
Nikki Harper,
No.
Matt Hall,
No.
Dr. Sandra Caldwell,
No.
Katie Hogarty,
No.
Travis Lawrence.
Yes.
Chair Eric Trowbridge.
And actually, just to make sure it's on the record, Fabian our chairman just sent me a text message that his vote, he's on the road right now. His vote is to table. So an aye from Fabian. And then my vote is nay.
This motion has failed.
Thank you, Jennifer. So do we have a motion to move forward with the original proposal?
So moved.
All right, so moved by Dr.
Second.
Caldwell.
Mr. Chairman, you have a motion on the floor already for that.
No, we don't.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Seconded by Representative Berger. Discussion? This is to approve the funding request as stated. Any discussion? Otherwise, we'll move to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Tammy.
this is Tina.
Oh, sorry.
Um, I think the only comment, and I supported moving this forward, would be that, because I'm part of the finance committee, and I agreed with Stacy in the fact that we felt very rushed. And so maybe this is a topic, if it needs to, will come up periodically during my tenure on this council, that it is brought forth several months earlier with some good budget forecasting to say, this is what we think is going to look like in July, versus this idea that it's like now or never that we got to vote for this. So that's just my commentary and input.
Thank you, Tina, for your comments. We've got a few more questions online as well. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question for Jennifer. I'm a new member, but I'm also part of the finance team. Just to clarify, a lot of these transfers that we're talking about with monies is already kind of flowing at the end of the year to kind of help make up for these missing revenues within the workforce centers. Is that correct?
Jennifer, yep.
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, Michael, I'm not sure what your question is or how to answer that.
So it seems like historically at the end of the year, we're having to transfer monies to the Wyoming Workforce Development Centers to kind of finish out the year for their funding. Is that how things have been in the past, or am I misunderstanding?
Thank you for that clarification. So typically what's happening at the end of the year when we're getting towards June 30th, what's happening is that the council has funding that needs to be spent. So it's not necessarily, we do it a number of different ways. Sometimes there are requests from the workforce center side for specific needs. Sometimes we have expenditures in later grant years for the council where we had to make sure we were 85% obligated by a certain point in the year. When we got later in the year, there were more expenditures, so we were able to move those back. When we do that, that does put us behind in spending in the next year. And then, it's just kind of a cycle. But we're doing what we can at the end of the year to ensure that the council funds are completely spent and we're not giving any funding back to the federal government. But yes, usually at the end of the year, it's we've got funding sitting on the council side that we have to quickly figure out how we're going to spend that.
Thank you for clarifying, Jen. Does that answer your question, Michael?
Yeah, I guess in my opinion, if we're preemptively giving them the funds that we, maybe it's a little bit more than historically they get, but I would rather enable the professionals and the people that we trust at the beginning of the year with our funds instead of having to do it at the end of the year retroactively, where we seem to get in this cycle where we have a lot of funds that are unspent. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Travis.
Thank you. There might be a question in here, but just some background information. I do sit on the Performance and Finance Committee. And when this came before us last month, I sensed a lot of reluctancy from the more tenured members on the committee, as well as in the discussion yesterday. And it was moved forward to the council because of what Trevor said earlier, which was, a concern that the funding model needed to be approved because there wasn't going to be another council meeting. So it was, I guess, kind of done more so in anxiety. My question was kind of in line with where Michael was going, but also goes back to what Councilwoman Johnson asked during the discussion yesterday, which was, where is the suggestion that the council cuts in its budget? Because to my knowledge, we've always allocated 100% of whatever our 15% allocation was. And so the money's always been consumed, but it sounds like it's just a catch-all at the end of the year. If there's money left over, then we transfer it.
Jennifer?
Mr. Chairman, I think essentially that is correct. There's typically, as long as I've been working with the council, I think every year we've had at least, $300,000 to $400,000 left at the end of the year that either, we're bringing forth proposals on specific needs for the workforce center, or there's other third parties that are coming to the council with funding requests. But yes, so at the end of the year, we are trying to quickly find appropriate spending projects for those dollars.
Thank you, Jennifer. Tammy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I think I have 3 questions. So does the pendulum swing both ways? If we need money, if we allocate this money over and we need money, can we request some of it back? My guess is going to be no, because it's going to be appropriated. But what will we do if we need more money? And so then can this proposal be approved? Maybe I'm not understanding this well, on a yearly basis. So we approve it this year for whatever the next tranche of money is. Then next year we would come back. I'm under the impression we're approving a 3-year thing here, but maybe I'm wrong about that. So can someone clarify that for me? Thank you.
Yes, I believe we're voting just for this year. Is that correct, Jennifer? Or?
Mr. Chairman, so this council has previously voted on the 21 and 22, and that was the traditional funding model of the 15%. The proposal is to, go back and change that allocation percentage. 23 is brand new this time. That grant year is just getting ready to start. But Tammy, you're correct. When the 2024 award comes to the agency, the funding model will be brought to the council for continued discussion, and every year it will be.
Thank you very much.
So we're just approving this for 1 year right now. Or voting on it for 1 year.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for clarification, the proposal that's in this motion is to adjust previous program years, program year 2021 and 2022, and to provide the funding model for the new funding that will arrive in 2020 or in 2023 here in July. So it's 3 years, but it's 3 years funding. So it's 2 previous years and the outlook of what the spending for the council will look like for going forward and the new money.
Thank you for clarifying, Jennifer. Ivy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to point out, well, first, I want to start by saying I completely agree that more information early and more often is always the best policy. So I think that there's a conversation to be had there about how we would want to approach this in the future. I do bracket that though, however, in the caveat of that, as you all are probably aware that, and I believe if I'm incorrect in my understanding, and Director Cooley can correct me here, but a large part of what is driving this is that the legislature this last year went ahead and is trying to move state employees up to closer to market rate. And I believe that that is what put the crunch on workforce services. Of course, we all know that kind of lingered out there until the very last minute, and then it did pass. Then it goes through the process for the governor to sign. So it's not like there was ample time to have had this conversation over multiple months, because we didn't know if the legislature was even going to approve this. At one point, it kind of seemed like it was dead and there wasn't going to be any raises for state employees. So I think it's important for us to remember what is actually impacting the timeline on this. Though I think that it's worth having the conversation about how we might want to approach it in future years.
Thank you, Ivy. Stacy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to go. I'm late for a meeting, so I have texted my vote to Councilman Engel. I just wanted to, I'm looking at a budget right now from 2016, and we ended with $4,000 at the end of the year. If I'm reading this correctly, Jennifer, and I might not be. So I think that is some more information that, you know, how much money truly in each budget. I'm looking at 2014, 2015, we were at 10% set aside. I also have the budget that we used to get all of the salaries for all of the one-stops, all of the breakdown of all the costs. So I'm looking at salaries that are about $3 million. And so I'm curious, I think the first year is 168,000. How's that going to affect the raises? I just have questions as well. But anyway, so I'm going to go. Those are just some of more of my concerns and information that I have in front of me. But I have, Mr. Chair, I have sent my vote to Councilman Engel.
Thank you, Stacy. Nikki?
Mr. Chairman and council members, thank you. Just been listening in, and definitely valid points from both sides. As an agency person who works in close collaboration with our Title I and III partners, when we say that there's going to be a possible slowdown or halt or priority of service, that gives us significant anxiety. Because what that means is that we now don't have funding to serve our clients. And DOL and RSA, who we answer to, they have indicators that we have to consistently keep meeting. And the expectation is you meet this indicator this year, the next year you meet another indicator, and it keeps increasing, and they don't want us sliding backwards. They want us to keep performing more and more. And of course, Christina and her team, keeps performing. And one of the things that also is concerning from a vocational rehabilitation standpoint is we look at a lot of braided funding and co-enrollment of clients, because this is data that we report to both DOL and RSA for how they determine how we're doing as a state to determine further funding in years to come. So when Christina's programs or the Workforce Center programs don't have adequate funds, or they have to determine which client is going to get served or which client is not going to get served, in some cases, if the client has a disability and an impediment to employment, they can make that referral to vocational rehabilitation. However, that is not always the case. And even in some instances, if that is the case, and we look at braided funding, if that program is in a, not order of selection, but priority of selection, that makes it really challenging to serve the client. And what we miss out is in the opportunities to serve our clients. We are missing out in the clients getting what we call measurable skills gain or credential attainment, or our second quarter after exit earnings are not keeping up to national trends and national standards. And then RSA or DOL, of course, starts asking us additional questions. I get that there's a lot more involved here to do with raises and keeping staff on and providing services to clients. And someone had asked about cost allocation. And as a VR administrator, and I think fiscal folks can jump in, DWS costs allocates a stamp. I mean, every program pays their fair penny for every little thing. We cost allocate based on square footage, common spaces are cost allocated, and these are areas that the fiscal folks can cover so much better. We have workforce centers that conditions are sometimes not the greatest. In the winter, sometimes the temperatures are 50 degrees and we don't have heat. Sometimes it's the toilets are leaking. I mean, I'm just kind of throwing this out there again from an agency perspective on trying to make a decision with regard to adjusting the funding model, and looking at the benefits and how it also impacts other DWS programs. And I also know Trevor and Director Cooley also spoke to, looking at other funding sources. And I know sometimes we dip into, in work rehab, we dip into employment support funds, but other programs in DWS are also struggling sometimes with funding. So we are all trying to figure out how we can best leverage our dollars and continue to serve our clients and employers in Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Any other, oh yes, Ms. Footer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm relatively new to the council, so this is kind of drinking through a fire hose. I've never been through these conversations. I just feel a lot of energy from the council in the last meeting or two. Very optimistic that we're going to do some bigger things moving forward, have some new ideas that are going to need some funding. With that, if we vote for this now, and then we need to go back to the 15% to fund these new ideas, I guess my question, what does that look like for DWS? Are those layoffs? I mean, if this funding is helping cater to new walk-ins, but it's also covering salary increases, things like that, and we need that funding back in the next vote, I guess, what are the repercussions of that?
Yes, Director Cooley.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, excellent question. We were just talking about it earlier, and we've been having these discussions for the past, over a year now, as it relates to increasing lease costs. When do those lease costs get to the point where it's not feasible to have brick and mortar offices? I hate to see that, because then you don't have a place for people to walk in, but we're looking at kiosks. Is that we're looking about how do we go to where the need is? How do we go to people instead of having brick and mortar? We need to adjust to the dynamic of the workforce, and we're very aware of that. And maybe that dynamic of the workforce is offering those services in a different way. So that's part of what our discussion has been around. How do we save money? Because let's be real, let's be real. Lease costs are they're gonna continue to go up. I mean, we all know that. There's gonna be a point where it's not worth having people in those offices to provide services. So we're looking at ways, how do we do it? Do we put a kiosk in a mall? Do we put these kiosks in the libraries, for instance? Do we work more closely with our mayors and our community leaders to maybe provide some space within some of their county buildings in order to have spaces there for office hours, for instance. And we need to continue to have those conversations, because we're going to keep going down this road, because I don't know that DOL, with the size of our state and our population, I don't know that we're looking at increased funding from them. So how do we reduce costs, but still make sure we're providing the services we need to provide? And I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, you know, the numbers that you talked about as a percentage of the workforce, I want that to double. I want that to triple. I think that we need to be providing more and more and more services. We are the career centers around the state. We have all of the resources there where we can send them out to all of the other areas for resources. So I think we need to keep that core function in place, but how do we adjust to the needs of the workforce? So it's a continuing conversation, but one I think we all jointly need to continue to have. And we are open to ideas, suggestions. You go to another state, you see something that's working, let us know and we'll look at it and see if it's something we can implement.
Director. Trevor.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Director Cooley was saying, we're going to continue to look at further grant opportunities, discretionary grants that come in to help fill the gap. One of them that we just kicked off is the Quest grant. So that's directed towards dislocated workers who had an effect in their life from COVID. It doesn't mean they had COVID or they got laid off directly because of COVID, but COVID altered their life trajectory, and we can relate that to their job struggles and career struggles. But part of that too is feeding back into the council's efforts with NextGen. So a significant portion of that grant was written to allow the business reps in our workforce centers be able to go and really help those next gen activities in the different parts of their state and help those sectors grow, which in turn will hopefully help create more sustainable employment for the participants we see coming through our centers, but also the people we don't see coming through our centers. So on top of looking at efficiency, we're going to continue to look for new opportunities to where we can reach people in different ways.
Thank you, Trevor. Tammy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. One is I was messaging with Ms. Eakins, and we don't take proxy votes. She said that's in the bylaws. So I don't think people can leave votes if they're leaving. And then two was Director Cooley and Trevor, those comments are so helpful. And I think that's exactly why Jim was asking for an audit, is not to say you guys are doing anything wrong, but to look at efficiencies. And that's exactly what you were just talking about now. So continuing down that road as a committee, as a team, to look at efficiencies, I think it's just another level of transparency and another way to talk about it. But I know that's no longer on the table. So anyway, thank you. And I just wanted to point out the thing about the proxies. And we need to make sure we still have a quorum, because I know some people have left. So.
All right, thank you. And Jennifer, I think you have some clarification around votes.
Thank you. This is Jennifer Welch. We're constantly monitoring quorum behind here, and we're totally fine with the people who have left. I also wanted to add, as a required activity of the council, is evaluations. And evaluation core function is to evaluate the efficiency of the workforce system as a whole. So that means the council, the workforce centers, and any partners we work with. The council has funded a third-party vendor to conduct these evaluations. It's also required by USDOL, and we have to submit it. And in fact, we've been out of compliance. So that is occurring and occurs every year and has occurred in the past. So when we say we are evaluating or auditing the efficiency of the workforce system, that includes the council, DWS, and all of the core partner programs that are involved in WIA. So this is currently happening.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that clarification. Any further discussion before we move to a roll call vote? Yes,
Sure.
Mr. Cross.
Also a relatively new member on the council, similar to, going to echo Larry's comments. But I'd just like to suggest, I think we're all pulling in the same direction here. To your point, Director Cooley, it's not a DWS against the council or anything like that. I've heard a lot of valid points. It also occurs to me that we need to support DWS in its mission to support the citizens of this state. Also, this council has a lot of excellent momentum as described. Wonder how that momentum is if we are creating conditions that are a little more challenging for DWS at the same time. Those things need to work together. And to Larry's point, and the point that others have made, we have the opportunity to reallocate in the future if it's deemed necessary. And I'd also point out, it doesn't have to be 15% or 8%. We could reallocate to 10%. I could even see how this could help this council be a little more focused on where we are allocating our funding and how that momentum is occurring. So with all that said, I support this motion to pass the funding model, and but at the same time, I think there's a lot of validity and a lot of respect to all the comments being made. I think, timing of information, the opportunity to ask for more information, those are all, great things that we can carry forward out of this.
Thank you. Oh yeah, Katie, you have something?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am also a relatively new board member, but also we have a responsibility to our accountability, and I haven't heard any data that supports our return on investment to our allocations and how that compares to this funding model. And so I'm curious if that data exists or if we could get that data.
Thank you, Katie. All right, any other further discussion? Does anyone on the council wish to have a roll call vote on this proposal of funding? Okay, we're gonna be doing, okay. Yes, Director Cooley.
Before we go anywhere, Katie, to your point, do we have any data as it relates to the council? I don't know that we have pulled that together. I want to make sure we don't pass up that opportunity, because I think that's an excellent point.
I would love to see number of participants or individuals that we're impacting and what that return on investment is. That would, for me, and as we move forward in these decisions, to be able to have that comparison.
Yeah, if we don't have it, I think we can get it.
Mr. Chairman and Director Cooley, I think, and this will be probably more on the program side than the fiscal side if we're talking about participants, but one of the good things with the new MIS system is I think we have a little more control over how did you hear about us or how did you get referred? And I think if the council is supporting a new initiative, I think we could probably implement that pretty quickly and gather that data.
Yeah, just to piggyback off that, we're kind of excited as we're going through this MIS project with what we're learning that we're going to be able to gather data on that is more cumbersome or not possible right now. And I think that much of this is probably those pieces where we can start to gather where people came to us from and utilize the case managers as well to validate that information as they're doing the intake process and registration with these individuals. Offhand, I couldn't comment on any specific data aside from, kind of what I included in that memo where, you know, the impact overall of these programs, and it's not necessarily fully council or fully DWS. I think it is our collaborative efforts. We are seeing almost double the people so far this year come through the doors as participants in these programs. That doesn't include people that are coming in for just resume help or, you know, basic career services. These are people that are getting plans. They're working consistently with a case manager and with the goal of achieving specific outcomes, which I think is incredible. I mean, over the last 2 years, we were in the 500s. We're already over 900 this year, and we expect that to double, you know, once we get to July, if we have the funding available to help all these people, that's going to be great. And along with that, I was talking with Administrator Simone the other day, and she mentioned a good point. We're seeing people, more complex people coming through our doors. You know, it's not just needing help with one thing to get into a career. They're having multiple issues. And I don't know if that's, you know, I don't know the direct cause of that. But you know, it could be some stuff that's coming out of the pandemic as we're on the other side of it now, and some things that have been stirred up, and we're just seeing more people in greater need.
Thank you, Trevor. And Jennifer, I believe you wanted to say something?
Yes, this is, Mr. Chairman, this is Jennifer Wilch and council, just to talk about, because I'm your council staff member. So the council has specific contracts and initiatives that are outside of what the Workforce Center, so your discretionary funds funded those contracts, such as sponsorship of FBLA, the Next Gen Sector Partnership grants, the micro-credentialing, Road Trip Nation, and some other initiatives. And some of those earlier requests didn't ask for data, didn't ask for, the council didn't ask what kind of measurements would come from those. And some of those initiatives were disallowed costs by USDOL in the past. When I came on board, Director Cooley alluded that there's a new grant process, and that's to make sure that the council doesn't have any disallowed costs going forward. And in addition to that, we are asking for outcome data. And you can see some of that in a request that's coming up later in the agenda from a Next Gen Sector Partnership grant about what kind of data they are going to provide. So I would say that in years past, it wasn't always collected on council specific initiatives. But going forward for both the council and USDOL, there will be metrics and there will be accountability for those funds. And that will also, going back to what Tony Cross said, it will provide more for those funds. And so it might be harder for the council to give a contract because it has to meet USDOL's requirements. And so just to be blunt, there will probably never be another Road Trip Nation because it's hard to connect that back to participants. And that's what all of the WIOA funds have to point back to ultimately. And so if there are any questions about what kind of grants can come through, if when you're out being ambassadors for WIOA and the council, if there are questions about entities who can apply for your discretionary funds, there's a team of us here who help work through that. And we've even had some grants that we submitted to USDOL for their consideration to tell us if this would be a disallowed cost. So the council can be innovative. They can have, but we do have to make sure that they meet USDOL needs. I hope that answers your question.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, council, any further discussion? All right. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, sorry, one last thing. I guess hesitation that we have as a council for forward commitment of our funding, could it be resolved by us thinking about changing the allocation funding request to grant the first 2 years, program year 21 and 22 as requested, but leave program year 23 at 15% to give this council time to cogitate on whether or not they wish to give that up? Would that give us enough comfort to cover the concerns as expressed by Member Engel and Member Morgan, as well as others, would that give us enough comfort to ensure that we're not setting up workforce services for failure by allocating and then clawing back at a time when they may need it, but also having that funding available? It's a question. If there's in it, then I'd ask the bringer of the motion to amend the motion to change that funding allocation to reflect what's been requested for program year 21 and 22, but leave program year 23 at the current 15%. So that's what I'm suggesting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Dr. Caldwell?
Mr. Chairman, and just to ask a question that council member just brought, don't we already have that capacity? Don't we have the capacity to bring this forward again at a later date? So there's nothing prohibiting us doing what you just asked, even with the motion that's standing as it is. I would suggest we leave it as it is, and we can ask for a mid-year review. I mean, I think we can already do that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. All right. Any other further discussion from council? Okay. Hearing none, I will then go ahead and ask Jennifer to do a roll call vote to approve the funding changes as written.
Governor Mark Gordon or designee.
Aye.
Senator Fred Baldwin. Representative Ryan Berger.
Aye.
Jim Engel.
No.
Ron Wild.
Aye.
Tony Cross.
Aye.
Dick Smith. Larry Fodor.
Aye.
Michael Kircher.
Aye.
Katie Legursky. Chairman Fabian Librera. Pina Conley.
Aye.
Mark Madsen. Nathan Williams.
Yes.
Philip Cornella.
No.
Brenda Morgan.
No.
Michelle Butler. Danny Bureau.
Aye.
Stacy Strasser. Oh,
As her appointed designee, no.
we actually can't accept that vote. We don't have a letter stating that you are the designee. Charles Wilson.
Yes.
Tammy Johnson.
No.
Director Robin Cooley.
Yes.
Robert Short.
Aye.
Nikki Harper.
Yes.
Mayor Matt Hall.
Aye.
Dr. Sandra Caldwell.
Aye.
Katie Hogarty.
Aye.
Travis Lawrence.
No.
The motion passes 16-5.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next agenda item, we have approval of the Next Gen Sector Partnership Grant Request. So Jennifer, you want to take us into that? Thank you, Jennifer and Trevor, team.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just so everyone can resituate, as someone that sits on council meetings and has a lot of different votes and diversity of votes all the time, I just want everyone to appreciate that we do have some diversity of opinion and some conversations. The last thing you want from a group of people is a certain terminal politeness where everyone feels like they have to vote. any kind of majority rule. So I just appreciate everyone's comments and the discussion that we've had, as lengthy as it has been. And knowing that I have a 5.5 hour drive, but nevertheless, I appreciate the comments.
Yes, I think I will definitely second that. Mayor Hall is like, this is what we do. It's the nature of council, right? To have your opinions, but we had a lot of wonderful ideas and different perspectives. And again, our goal as a council is to try to make the best and most informed decisions that we can. And that takes all 30 of our plus brains to really pull this all together. So I also will agree with Mayor Hall. Thank you all for just the great conversations, the great perspectives. These are big choices. So we should take some time to really walk through these. So, yep. All right. Are we ready to go, Jennifer, for the Next Gen Sector Partnership Grant request?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. And if I can say, just even after this discussion and the vote, and as your staff member, any data that you'd like to see further, I will provide you. So if you want to see something else, just let me know and I will get it from the expert. I am your staff, and that's literally anything, funding, programs, your grants. Just want to remind you as your staff member that I'm here for you, and any information that you want, I will get for you. So with that being said, I am going to speak to the Next Gen Sector Partnership Grant application submitted by the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership. This was moved to the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee by the Next Gen Sector Partnership and Career Pathways Committee by a vote of 4 to 5, or 4. How do I say it? 4 to 1. 4 to 1, and was approved by the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee to come to the full council for consideration. The grant request is for $15,000 for the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership to travel to all of the high school areas. So they're going to, and Ron Wild is here and can help me with this, but it's not necessarily going to be, these meetings aren't going to be held, or outreach events won't be held at the high school, but it will be for every high school in their community. So they will be traveling to talk about all types of CTE and next steps. So it's not just manufacturing that they want to talk about. They want to talk about construction and apprenticeships, and really get kids thinking of all the career opportunities that are available in this state. And they are ready to travel, and that is expensive. There's also an in-kind match of $1,500 for additional expenses. And I'll turn it over to Ron Wild so he can explain more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the last 18 months, the Southwest Wyoming Manufacturing Partnership has truly made some great strides forward in the CT aspects of things. We've been going around to all of the school districts. We've actually gotten into North Lincoln County and South Lincoln County now. And we did that through the continued expansion of the partnership. We tied in with Silver Star Communication. We met with Lower Valley Energy earlier this year, as well as the Lincoln County School District number 2. So we've already been going to these schools for career fairs and things like that. But the Green River School District number 2 has brought forward a model where every week, and not all of us would be able to do every week for every county, but every week they're bringing in businesses from across the things like advertising. Does anyone really have any idea what it takes to run a Harley Davidson dealership? The kids over at Green River High School do now. So that's what the partnership is looking for, is additional funding to support this growth that we're experiencing here as we continue to work with the education system.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wild and Jennifer. Any council discussion regarding this grant request? All right. Is there a motion to move forward?
So moved.
All right. So moved by Annie.
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. All right. Any last discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
My only comment in the narrative of this proposal, and I had mentioned this in our subcommittee as well, the analyticals of evaluating the success of this program, I would just caution that we using concurrent enrollment be our only measure, because there are some students that might just go to a trade school. And so we might not be capturing them. So I would just, that was my only concern, is like, hopefully that's not the only measure for that.
I can bring that forward, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Any other discussion before we go to vote?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Jennifer Wilch. Brenda, I took that concern to the data analytics person at Western Wyoming, and she said that they would do their best to capture all the data.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, let's go ahead and move for vote. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstaining?
Aye.
Opposed? Oh. The motion passes. All right, next we have two funding requests. First will be the Wyoming at Work program, and it's going to be you speaking to that, Trevor. All right, go for it.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we come to the full council here to support the agency in implementing our new management information system, or MIS, by providing $500,000 towards these efforts. The MIS does a lot for our agency to ensure we're meeting federal requirements. It's our public-facing labor exchange, helping to connect job seekers and employers. It serves as our case management system, allowing the staff of the Workforce Center to successfully manage the participants. Additionally, it provides financial tracking of what funding is available for those participants, and it also collects the information that's vital for our federal reporting to ensure we are continuing to stay in compliance and meet the objectives of WIOA. Currently, you know this site as the wyomingatwork.com website. Through an RFP process, we selected a new vendor who will provide a better experience for job seekers, employers, and staff. This will be much more user-friendly and significantly help to improve efficiency for DWS staff. The total cost of implementation of the new system and keeping our current system running until we're able to launch the new system will be just over 1.6 million for the time period to end next June. The agency did secure $650,000 of ARPA funding to assist with the cost of this new system. The launch of this system is planned for December of this year. And through the development process, I alluded to this earlier, we're already seeing significant efficiencies and improvements that are going to improve things for staff. But also what we've seen for job seekers and employers is going to make the system much easier for them to use. This initiative also, I just wanted to mention, does mirror the work the council went through on strategic plan efforts and some of the objectives that the council is looking to achieve. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quick, I just wanted to come back to the budget because I'm sure that's going to be a question. So what we all just voted on was starting with the 2021 funding. So in the expenditure review as of the end of March for our 2020 funding, there was just over $300,000 that needed to be spent by June 30th of this year.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any other council discussion? Mr. Short?
Thank you, Jennifer and Trevor. The $500,000 request you're making right now, are you suggesting that 300,000 plus would come from the current spend that needs to be executed by the end of this program year?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I can't say specifically 100% that it's going to be $300,000. So that's the number at the end of March. We will have April, May, and June expenditures, that are going to come out of the oldest money first. But that is our intent, is to use our oldest money first, ensuring that those are spent.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And what period of time are you thinking that this $500,000 would need to be available? Is that over the next 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, et cetera?
Yeah, so the spreadsheet that's up here on the screen now kind of details that. But what we're looking at is trying to utilize some of that funding that will expire by the end of June for the first milestones that we meet, and then using it towards the launch and development of the new system, which is planned for December. So all those funds would be expended by that point.
Thank you, Trevor. Yes, Brenda.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So while I'm at work, is it still being maintained or was that services dropped?
No, we must maintain that and continue to use it until a new one is launched. Because we have to continue gathering the data, doing the case management, and offering the labor exchange services that we do offer.
So with the robust date of December, having the new system implemented, I'm assuming that this system is they're just gonna mirror it and bring all the information over. Or are they starting clean?
No, yeah, they're gonna import all our data. They're hard at work at that right now. I'll probably be on a call with them going through some data dictionaries, which is a new term for me. But yeah, we're hard at work with them designing the system right now. We'll be testing, and Workforce Center staff across the state will be joining us in these efforts and testing and getting the system ready for launch. And they'll bring a final data pull over. We're planning on the first full week of December.
So if they're not able to meet that deadline, is there credits or any kind of a service reimbursement for that?
I can't remember offhand what the contract says for that. They can't invoice us for any work that's done until they've completed those tasks for sure. I can't, I'm just going blank on that question. Yeah.
Yeah, we did specifically write the contract to be milestone based. So payment will not be made until milestones are met.
And are they confident that they can bring some of that wonderful data that's in that wonderful system we currently have over?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they're that's 100% the plan, is to bring the data in, and through it, we're also looking at cleaning up some things. So like our service codes need some definite cleanup, and that one thing that we are working with them on through the process. And real quick, it's okay. They're the company that we're working with on developing it. They do kind of a full spectrum of services in their business. So in another state, they do a one-stop location. And so they're in those experts, they're best people that are doing that in other states, go through our processes with us to make sure that we're coming out with the most efficient and the system that's going to serve the people of Wyoming as best as that it can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions, so if you can tolerate me. So, Trevor, if we say no to this money, what happens? You're already under contract. So we're kind of bound, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Tammy, yeah, so we have potential other funding sources that we can use, but that's not the goal. We want to include the council on this initiative because we know this is important to the council. And that those other funds are going to take away from other areas where DWS can provide services. So this is trying to get us to that point where.
Okay, I understand that. I don't want to belabor it, but you, in the pitch you guys made to us for the budget, you talked about the MSI over and over and over again, that was wrapped up in that funding. So this is why we need to have a slowdown, and we need to have some education for the board, for the committee, about how this funds. I have no idea. We just approved $5 million budget. I have no idea where this $500,000 is coming. Is it coming from our $400,000 that we have left now? Or, I mean, I'm just confused about it, and I can't see the whole screen here, so I can't process this, but it's very confusing to me. And you did say several times, staff said several times in that budget that we just approved that the MSI was wrapped up in that. So I don't understand.
If I can clarify just a little bit for you. So what we were talking about in the annual funding model that will help us moving forward is the annual maintenance costs of the new system are going to be significantly less than the current system that we utilize. So we're going to see some major savings through that. So that's what was referenced during the previous conversation. To launch the new program, it's $1.2 million to launch this new program. But over the course of 2 years, that cost will be less than what our current system would cost to continue maintaining.
Thank you, Director Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members of the council. In talking with Trevor, I've been so reluctant to have him put a dollar figure to some of those savings because it almost sounds to me to be too good to be true. And I don't want to put that out there because it sounds really too good to be true. But Trevor, could you kind of speak to what we think might be some of the savings from this new program? They're significant. They really are.
Yeah, we have to pay for 6 more months of the service. So we're paying from July 1st through December 30th. And with that, the cost of that, I believe, is about $440,000. So if you look at that over the course of a year, we're almost at $900,000. The new system, the annual maintenance cost will be $120,000. So, I mean, that's a savings of almost $800,000, 750 to be conservative there, off that annualized cost. So, yeah, I some significant savings and significant improvements to the current solution that we have. So I think it's a win-win.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Director and Tammy. Any other further council discussion? All right, is there a motion to move forward?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All right, it's been forwarded by Director Cooley. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Dr. Caldwell. All right, all in favor? Oh, yes, any further discussion before we go to vote? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any
No.
abstaining?
No. Brenda Morgan, no.
Could you take that vote again? I'm sorry.
Yes, this is all in favor of the vote. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining? Any noes?
No.
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 All right, the motion does pass. All right, next up, we have our next voting action item, which is Workforce Center chairs. And is that going to be you, Holly, that's going to be talking to us about that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am punting for Christina West. There is a memo in the Google folder. Hope you've had a chance to look at that. Currently, not all the workforce centers have non-cloth chairs. We have some really old furniture. Most of them are fabric covered, and we are running into some issues with that. It is more practical and definitely more sanitary to have some vinyl chairs that we can wipe off if there are any issues with the folks coming in and going, and different folks that sit in our chairs. So the memo outlines for each center exactly how many chairs we need and the cost for those. The total ask is for $14,035. And again, that table outlines exactly what we're needing in each center. So I ask for your consideration to get some chairs for our workforce centers.
Thank you, Holly. Discussion by council.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we go ahead and support the chair request as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. So it's been forwarded, moved by Mr. Wild. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Who was the second? Okay, Mr. Cross seconded. Any further council discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining? Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, and next up, we have our last voting action item, which is the sector partnerships RFP, and that's going to be presented by Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's getting late, so I will try to be quick. The Next Gen Sector Partnership and Career Pathways Committee has had a number of very robust discussions regarding the Next Gen Sector Partnership model that's been in place. To be the best model for the state of Wyoming or not. Setting aside that question.
There we go. Sorry, online folks. Looks
Does
like we
this mean
lost
I
you
have
there.
to repeat anything?
Yeah, just start over, Mr. Cross. It'd be great.
Word for word.
I'm sorry. You can begin.
No. Oh, should I? How about roughly how far back do you think I should go there for the good of the Zoom?
Oh, yes, online folks.
All the way back. We didn't hear
Okay.
any of it.
Sorry about that. With apologies to those in the room. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk quickly about the recommendation from the Next Gen Sector Partnership and Career Pathway Committee that we put the Next Gen model out for an RFP or a request for proposal process. This was the subject of pretty extensive and robust discussion on the committee. As I said previously, to be blunt, there are some different opinions on the committee about whether or not the model that's in place is the best one for the state, what's working, what's not working, et cetera. It's been about 5 years, I believe, since this has formally gone out through this kind of process. And so to kind of condense my previous remarks, the recommendation of the committee is that the council approve our request to put this into an RFP. We believe that the committee believes, that is to say, that some of the advantages of this are that we can kind of learn about what other models might be out there. As we discussed in the committee, we may end up discovering that we have absolutely the best way of doing this. But it would be good to know what other ways there are, what other states are doing to meet this part of the WIO requirement. And to just, learn more, and it gives us an opportunity to reflect on some of the pros and cons of how things have been going so far in any event. The timeline that I was going to go through really quickly without getting into every step of it, if the council were to approve this, the RFP would be written by mid-June or so. I'm not giving exact dates here, but I'm happy to share the timeline that Jennifer created if anyone wants to see it in detail. There's a number of steps. After it's written, it would go out for bid. There's a committee part of the process in reviewing and ranking vendors. If we were to meet our timeline goals, we would have it back to this council for approval in September. We would then need about 6 weeks to write the contract and go through final negotiations, and that would put us in a position to start a new model or to re-up our current model starting in early November. This was written with contingencies. So for those who may have this concern, we are under contract with John Melville's company and can continue that and extend it if needed. So for example, if the RFP process were to take longer than expected, we're not in danger of not having something in place. So we've got, I feel, all of our options covered in case the process takes a little longer. And with that, I'm going to ask Jennifer, did I miss anything? I think I covered the key points. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Council discussion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, what's the ask?
Yes, sorry. It's just whether we can proceed with an RFP or not.
Yes, that's the.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion? All right. Is there a motion to move forward as presented?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Short.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor
Give
Hall.
it to Ron.
Any other further discussion before we go to vote? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any abstaining?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, whew, got all of our votes in. It's great. Now, to kind of wrap up the day, we're going to hear from the chairs briefly, updates from their subcommittees. So we will begin with Mr. Bureau to give us an update on the Communications and Community Relations Subcommittee.
So the biggest part of what we have been working on with communications, in particular with the Workforce Services comms team, was looking at a couple of elevator pitches. We've talked about some of the confusion in the way we think about what we do here on the council, as well as what WIO does for us. So really relying on the comms team, who knows far more in depth about what we're doing than what I do. They came up with a couple nice pitches. The first one, the WIO elevator pitch. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is a federal law designed to help job seekers access employment, education, training, and support services, and to match employers with the skilled workers they need. Honestly, that helped me reading it the first time. It was pretty succinct, and I like that pretty well. The council's elevator pitch. The Wyoming Workforce Development Council partners with the state workforce system to ensure it supports robust regional and state economies and produces a high-quality, self-sufficient workforce. It provides strategic direction and policy guidance for the workforce centers. Good with it up to there. And this is where it got a little verbose for me. I'll ask for some input at some point. And uses federal funds to support industry sector strategies and career pathways and to provide grants to Wyoming entities and sector partnerships for workforce development. So having run that by really my family, if I'm honest, very few people understood what I was saying in the last portion of that. And so I took a little pass at rewriting it a bit. The first half, I'll read the whole thing just so you get it all together. The Wyoming Workforce Development Council partners with the state workforce system to ensure it supports robust regional and state economies and produces a high quality, self-sufficient workforce. It provides strategic direction and policy guidance for the workforce centers and uses federal funds to support industries and career pathways, as well as to provide grants to Wyoming entities and industry partners for workforce development. So I simplified the language a little bit just to make it more approachable for me and other people that I might be elevator pitching to about what this council does. So we played with that. I had a couple meetings with the Workforce Services comms team, and I think tightening it up pretty nice, nice little package for us to present. So if you could all memorize that, that'd be great. That's really where we are with communications. That's kind of been our short-term goal since the last meeting. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Bureau. And thank you everyone who is on the communication and relations. I know we've got a lot going on there. So next up, we will have Mr. Short talk, Mr. Cross talk to us about the next generation sector partnerships and career pathways.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. We had the Next Gen Academy in Lander on March 23rd. I would say that it was tremendously successful. We had about 60 folks in attendance, which was really great to see. And I believe we had at least 4 new or relaunches take place there. But bigger picture, I would say the energy in the room was extremely positive and very kind of forward looking. There were a number of council members there. We had some kind of informal debriefing after, which was really great. I attended the first academy in Lander over 5 years ago, and I remember everyone going, "That sounds cool. What's this all about?" And there was none of that in the room in Lander this time around. And I think a lot of that goes to the credit of John, Melville, and also Kari and Jennifer did an enormous amount of work to make this conference happen, not just the logistics of the conference itself, but in setting up what were called Next Gen 101 sessions, which were opportunities for attendees to kind of learn some of the basics of the model so that we were not really spending academy time on what is it, how does it work, what are the steps, and some of the basics. And I think that was a really tremendous thing that took place and that made the academy a lot more efficient and successful. So that's what I have to share. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you go on, Mr. Cross, would you mind sending out all of the documentation to all of the council members that was provided at the academy?
Happy to do that.
Thank you,
Ron.
Very good. Yes, and just great job to everyone who did put that academy together. Everyone that I have talked to had a lot of really awesome, positive things to say about it. So I definitely agree with that. So yes, thank you, Jennifer and Kari and the team for getting that all ready. And so very excited about that. So our last subcommittee update is going to be from Strategic Performance and Finance. And so I'll hand it over to Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee has been really boring. We didn't talk about any funding, that's for certain. But we did talk about the, sorry, just a little levity. We did talk about in-demand industries list and what is being developed insofar as a matrix that can be used to actually gauge what is an in-demand occupation. And the plan is for that to come before this council to try to really structure a weighting of those different things. For example, it was mentioned earlier, what's an in-demand and what do wages have to do with it? That's one of the weightings that's been assigned to it currently, as well as number of openings, average wage, wages relative to neighboring states, and employment in that area, as well as the projected annual growth. So I think that the group that's working on this has done a great job. Trevor's been leading that charge and educating us on the committee. And I look forward to having a very boring discussion about that at our next meeting.
Thank you very much for that update, Mr. Short. So, all right, we've hit the point in our agenda for public comments. Are there any public comments either here in person or online, or any other general statements from the council itself? Do you have anything online, public comment wise? All right. Well, I will just give one quick update before I entertain a motion for us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, I had one thing.
Oh, of course you do.
And I feel like I can do this, I think, out of the furthest drive. So, yeah, I was thinking about this and we talked about brain drain yesterday. It kind of occurred to me that our K-12 system, if we look at that, I'm not sure that we have that problem in that system. Wyoming's ranked 22nd, I think, which isn't bad, I suppose, as far as paying teachers. And I have a relative that it took him about 5 years, 6 years after he graduated from UW to find his way or to get a job back in Cody that he kept applying for our teaching for the K-12 system. So, I mean, Mr. Short, Mr. Canelli, I was at dinner last night. We talked a lot about, what the problem is with our state with that brain drain aspect of things. Just, I don't know, mull on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like maybe there's a system that they got something going on there. And obviously that we fund a per child pretty high. Also, that's another thing that we do quite heavily in our state. But yeah, I don't know. It just occurred to me, and I just wanted to throw that out there and leave it at that. But and everyone's safe travels going home.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Hall. Yes, my only other update before we do adjourn is just we've been working really hard on the board software project, for the last year and a half. Actually, this is the first meeting that Kari, Jennifer, and I actually kind of used it alongside of our traditional methods. And I think you're all going to really love it. It's going to make it way easier to see who's speaking, to do our voting, to get all the documents that you need ahead of time to make informed decisions. There's also a mobile app. So it's a quick little tap on a Zoom button. So we've been very impressed. So what's going to be happening is this summer, we're going to start rolling it out with the different subcommittees. So actually, Danny's team is going to start first on mid-June. And then what we're going to be doing, I believe, is for our September quarterly meeting, we'll still do it the way that we currently do it, but then all of you will have access to this board software. And there may be some training opportunities that we're going to offer all council members throughout the summer so that you can kind of get familiar with it. I might even do a video. The nice thing is you do not have to be a techie. It's pretty intuitive. So don't let it scare you, but it's really cool. So I hope that you like it as well.
Which one is it?
The vendor that we partnered with is called Onboard. So if you actually go and you search for Onboard, I think it's onboardmeetings.com. It's a very, I mean, a lot of the tech companies use it for their big boards. It's great. It's really cool. So anyways, that's a heads up. And then don't forget that we're going to be in Buffalo September 13th through 14th. It'll be our Q3 meeting. And then we will be heading to Casper November 8th and 9th. So council, yes, thank you very much. Do I have a motion, I understand a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Short. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Mayor Hall. Any council discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining? Any opposed? All right. I need a gavel. We're done. Thank you, everyone.